is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Good morning. Good morning, all my lovely family members. Hello, Eek and Abellis and Trixie and Corey and Joy and Zio and Jenny. I think I saw Jenny. Yep, Jenny Jen. Good morning, you guys. It's so good to see your lovely screen names here. I hope you are all doing okay. I hope everybody had a good Halloween. My kids did. There wasn't as many houses doing stuff as there used to be, but they still had a nice time. I figured today we would start with Delphi. I'm just going to do it like from the actual news channel. And then talk about it. We're going to start on day 7. I think there's plenty here to go through because they're all like 45 minutes long. And we'll check the news too. I have the news pulled up to see what all has been going on in the news lately. And see what's going on around the world as far as true crime. So this is going to be channel 13, WTHR. It is the news for Delphi. It's the local news station channel. And this is their breakdown of the Delphi trial. We're going to start on
At Vistaprint,
7,
we print all the signs that help your small
where the jury hears testimony on the bullet found by Libby and Abby's bodies. I'm sorry if you hear chewing in the back. Basil is chewing.
Today marks the 7th day of the Delphi murders trial.
I hope everybody had a really good Halloween. And thank you guys for wishing that my family that we had a good Halloween too. I hope that everybody got lots of candy and got to see lots of cute little costumes and all of that. I saw some cute ones last night and some scary ones.
Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered more than 7 years ago. This week, we hear from witnesses who saw Bridge Guy, believed to be the man captured on video by Libby German. We learned how police pulled that video from her phone with the infamous clip of what may be the killer's voice. We also learned that Richard Allen told police he was on the trail within days of the murders and cleared by police. And today we learned how investigators tied the so-called magic bullet found near Abby and Libby's bodies to a gun found in Richard Allen's home. Thanks for inviting us in. This is your Delphi debrief here on WTHR+. This was day 7 of the Delphi murders trial. In a moment, we'll hear from our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. But first, our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, and reporter Emily Longnecker are in Delphi for us. So Bob and Emily, walk us.
Basil, just for an update, he just got done chewing and now he's like stretched all the way out. His ears have been warm, so it's worried me. I'm wondering if he's got an earache. I'm watching him to see if he shakes his head, but I don't know. I'm really protective over him, so if he acts the least bit weird, I worry about him. But his ears aren't like always warm. It's just occasionally. So I don't know if it's like body heat, like he gets hot or something. But I just wanted to give you that update real quick. Now he's laying down and stretched out. He's wore himself out. He's been running around like crazy.
Us through this testimony today about this cartridge.
Abellis, an axolotl. That is so cute. You were bundled up walking your 11-year-old around. Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, today, Scott, jurors heard testimony that the state says puts Richard Allen squarely at the crime scene. Huge day, important day for the prosecution. And Emily, today, I mean, this is what the prosecution's been waiting to tell the jury about all along.
Yeah, about this cartridge found between the girls' bodies at the crime scene. One witness today, Bob, Melissa Oberg, the state's witness, testified for 7 hours. That speaks to the importance of her and this cartridge to the state's case. And then
I haven't caught up on it. I've heard some crazy things have been happening though. I'm wondering myself. I'm still thinking he's not guilty, but I might change my mind after today.
Defense on cross-examination, questioning her, speaking to how important it is for them to attack the science of the testing that she did, that she says links this cartridge to Richard Allen's gun.
Right. You're seeing video. The woman on the left, that is Melissa Oberg, who testified for more than 7 hours today. She used to be a firearms examiner for the state of Indiana, for the state police. She was on the witness stand all day explaining how she tested a bullet cartridge that investigators found at the crime scene between Abby and Libby's bodies. Oberg told the jury how she tested a gun that police found in Allen's house while executing a search warrant. And today, the state tried to tie those two things together. Oberg told jurors how she compared the unfired bullet cartridge at the crime scene with 4 test bullets.
Happy November, everybody. Yes, today is the first day of November. Christmas is around the corner. We're going to have Thanksgiving and Christmas before we have spring.
That she fired through Allen's gun in the lab, and using a powerful microscope to inspect the markings on the ammunition, she concluded the bullet and the crime scene the bullet at the crime scene did cycle through Allen's gun. Now, this latest evidence and testimony that the jury heard today, it's the state's way to directly put Richard Allen at the murder scene. While the ballistics evidence may be compelling, the defense team tried to undercut the credibility of that evidence. During cross-examination, attorney Brad Rosie told the jury that the analysis conducted by the state is considered controversial. He also highlighted that the state's analysis was based on a bullet at the crime scene that was not fired, while the test bullets in the lab were fired. And he got Oberg to admit that her analysis and conclusions presented to the jury are subjective. So, Emily, there was a lot packed into today's testimony. It was at times, shall we say, somewhat textbook, as far as it felt like we were going back to like a college science class and what was being presented. What did you read in the jury today? Because it was a kind of a challenging day to follow along
for all of us.
What did you see in the jury and how they took this?
I mean, I saw some of the jurors taking notes, and some were not taking notes. Some were just listening. Some had big, thick folders, and some did not. When everything was all over at the end of the day, by then you had gone, I was still there, and the jury had 13 questions for Melissa Oberg, and some that really...
That's a lot for the jury to ask 13 questions. That's crazy. I've never heard of that.
Stuck out to me. They wanted to know, did the cartridge from the crime scene come from the same lot as the bullet found in that keepsake box in Richard Allen's house that was taken during the search warrant? You remember that from yesterday. They also wanted to know, they were asking very technical questions about handling a gun, cycling a gun. They wanted to know, when you cycle a gun, do you use the same force every time? And the force that you apply, can that change the markings on the gun? Does that make a difference? And Melissa Oberg saying, each time that you cycle a gun, it's not the same. You don't always use the same force. And yes, that can affect the markings that are put on it. One thing we also noted today about the jury, there was one juror missing, a man. We noticed that after lunch, and we were told from Judge Gall, we asked about that. It's an alternate, and we were told that that man had a family emergency, and that is all she said.
So instead of 16...
So, yeah, I remember this. They went to lunch and then they came back and one juror was missing, but they're saying he had a family emergency and he was an alternate. So that's the story behind that.
We started with this morning and that we've had throughout the trial so far. This afternoon, there were only 15 jurors that heard the testimony. So we don't know if that juror is being sent home and is not going to hear the rest of the testimony.
No.
And it is an alternate, we should point out.
Right.
So, things were methodical today.
Yeah.
Very methodical. Yes. And this morning, I'll explain a little bit about how things got started. When Melissa Oberg first took the stand about 9:15 this morning, she spent an entire hour just explaining what tool mark examination is, what that means, how that is conducted inside a lab, being able to take a look under a microscope at these tiny little marks on ammunition, and to be able to tell if bullets were fired from a certain gun, if they were cycled through a certain firearm. So she really got
They are all really good questions.
into details, establish what tool mark analysis is, and then one of the moments that stood out to me from testimony today is she went over to a box and she did a demonstration for the jury to show them what it looks like when a bullet cycles through a gun. Because keep in mind, the bullet at the crime scene between Abby and Libby, it was a bullet cartridge. It was an unspent, an unfired bullet cartridge. Right. And she wanted the jury to understand how a bullet cycles through. Right. The gun that she pulled out of a box, it was the gun that belonged to Richard Allen, that they recovered from his home, and that they did this analysis on. So she cycled that for the jury. There was a video, lots of pictures, and there was a video. Basically, the jury got to take a little field trip to Germany, looking at a video that was pulled off of YouTube. We're showing that to you right now. Right. The jury got to see how a firearm like the Sig Sauer, that firearm that was taken from Richard Allen's home, that has been linked now to the bullet casing of the crime scene. They wanted the jury to see how those types of firearms are made, from the barrel to the...
That's really interesting that they showed a video on that. Abella says, oh, I'm sorry to get off topic for a second, but did you see that in 2022, in her family case with Brian, Sarah Boone claimed to have cancer? It's in a letter she wrote to the judge. That is insane. Narcissism at its finest.
The frame, every part of the firearm. And then they really went into frame by frame on some of the pictures that they analyzed. The jury got to see those to understand how these markings, how they were able to determine that bullet casing at the crime scene matched. So they got to see, I'll just show you, this is kind of rudimentary here, but the jury got to see pictures, and they showed the edges of the bullet casing that was found at the crime scene and the edge of a bullet that Melissa Oberg fired through Richard Allen's gun. And she showed the jury that the images that they saw, they would take the two images from those two things, and you could see that these little markings on here, from one, they would put them together and they would show how they seemed to really pretty much match up. And that is how she explained to the jury that her conclusion was that they actually, one was the same as the other, or that.
But didn't they say that they didn't actually have it coming from his gun? I thought they said that they fired one that was similar from the sheriff's office or something, and that was how they compared it, if I'm not mistaken. I thought that's what the lawyer lady said that we listened to a couple of days ago.
I should say that firearm that Richard Allen had in his home is the one that cycled the bullet at the crime scene. So I thought that was interesting testimony today. And you got to hear also, really the defense then push back. And the cross-examination lasted longer. It actually lasted longer than the state's presentation this morning.
Yeah, the defense really attacked the science behind this testing, the science that was used. They called it a controversial science. And they asked Melissa Oberg, they said, look, Brad Rosie, there's an ongoing debate in your industry about firearm identification as a science in its truest sense. And Melissa Oberg said, yes, there is. Brad Rosie said, there was never a time when you can say that bullet came from that gun, meaning Richard Allen's gun. And she said, I cannot say it to the exclusion of all others.
So she basically just said, I can't say that it came from Richard Allen's gun And I can't, I can't say it specifically came from his compared to all others. So that means they don't, the magic bullet that they have that pretty much puts him at the scene of the crime and is going to convict this man is not even, they can't even definitively say it came from his gun. Like what? Wow.
They continued to push back. She also said, I can say there is sufficient agreement in the identification process. In other words, sufficient agreement. And Brad Rosie really went off after that term sufficient. And she said, look, in firearms identification, we use sufficient different than regular folks use sufficient. Sufficient in our world means enough. That is not the same as how a firearms identification expert uses.
And Brad Rosie was basically pointing out, hey, the people on the jury, the people sitting here in the courtroom, when we hear sufficient, that just means good enough, right? And she said, no, that's not what it means in her industry.
I think the biggest point, though, the defense tried to make is they said, look, when you tested Richard Allen's gun, you cycled a bullet through, you cycled a cartridge through 6 times, and then you fired a bullet out of it 4 times. And the times that it matches up, or that you say that it matches up, are the times that you fired the bullet, not that you cycled through the bullet, like the bullet at the crime scene. The bullet at the crime scene, we know, is unspent, has not been fired, has been cycled through. And Brad Rosie was pointing out and had her talk about, look, the times that it matches the most are when you fired bullets out of Richard Allen's gun, not when you cycled through.
And we heard him say to the jury during opening statements that you're basically going to hear how the state's expert who tested this gun, when they just cycled the
Jenny's saying good morning to everybody.
Bullet through Richard Allen's gun, which is basically the bullet at the crime scene was just cycled through. You're going to find out that that's inconclusive, and they didn't have the information that they wanted because it didn't match. Then they went a step further and they fired it from the gun, which is not what happened to the gun
bullet at the crime scene.
Yeah, to the bullet at the crime scene. So it was an interesting day, kind of a chess match back and forth, Scott, that we could see playing out with the state really trying to impress on the jury just how important this was and how it's linked to Richard Allen, and then the defense saying, not so fast. There's some questions about the science that are involved.
Yeah, it's not an exact science. In the industry questions this. There are people, there are experts in your industry, in the firearms identification industry, that question this too, respected folks.
Exactly. So Scott, it was a lot of back and forth, and it'll be interesting to see what the jury makes of that and what really landed for them.
All right, Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you just in a few minutes to talk a little bit more about the testimony that came in today. We want to go ahead and bring in to the studio Kitty Jackson Lindsay. She is our legal expert, a former criminal defense, former deputy prosecutor and current criminal defense attorney. And she's been with us every day of this trial that is now here at day 7. Based on what the testimony that Emily and Bob were describing, what are your thoughts?
Well, it's hard to tell how this jury is processing this evidence. We've heard a lot of really technical things today. One witness for an entire day is a lot of evidence to be delivered and a lot of evidence to be processed by one witness. But we can also really understand why they would have put this much time into this witness, because it is the piece of evidence. It is the forensic analysis that really ties Richard Allen to.
Yeah, I agree. And I thought they weren't going to allow a bullet expert. Maybe it was just the defense's bullet expert witness person to testify. But yeah, I'm sure there was a lot of really pertinent information in that testimony.
This crime. And so it was intentional. It was important to spend that amount of time on it, but it's hard to tell whether or not the jury is processing it and whether it's doing any good for the state, especially considering that the jury had so many questions of their own at the end of it.
If you've not been following this trial, there's been no evidence that the girls were shot. The evidence that's been presented at the jury through 1 week is that the girls' throats were slashed. And so this unspent bullet, this one that cycled through a gun that the state believes came from a gun in Richard Allen's house. So, this unspent and firing bullet.
Oh, sorry, Abellis. No, I was saying that Jenny is saying good morning to everybody. It's getting cold in Nevada, for real? I didn't think Nevada got cold. That's interesting. Learn something new every day.
And the comparison and trying to draw a conclusion. Does the jury say, oh, there was a bullet found there and it somehow is connected to Richard Allen's? Yes, he's guilty. Or do they say, no, that's not enough. I'm not seeing any other DNA, not seeing his clothing, not seeing some other things there?
I would think it would be really hard for the jury to find guilt just based on that one piece of evidence, because you highlighted a really good point. They're not suggesting that the method of murder in this case was a shooting. And so not only does the state have the challenge of really convincing this jury that this particular bullet was related to the gun in Richard Allen's house based on the challenges that we saw to that science, they also have to explain to this jury why that bullet is even relevant, considering that's not how the girls died. And so I don't think that the state has done that for the jury yet. So at this point, I think that they must be taking in this evidence and still saying, okay, well, you haven't met your burden.
What do you make about the defense going after how the bullets, the testing methods and that kind of thing? What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's really important to do that because with forensic science, it can be challenging for the defense, because when a jury hears from an expert, hears that they have this specialized knowledge, you just want to believe that. You want to believe that professionals in a field know what they're talking about and it's solid. And so when it's not solid and it's something that the state is really hanging their hat on, we saw Brad Rosie do exactly what he should be doing. And that is letting this jury know that, yes, this is an expert, this is a professional, but this is not foolproof science. There are studies out there that have actually challenged this. And this is something that is, at least in my experience, is not even common. In all of my experience in 16 years of trying violent crimes and trying cases that involve shootings, I've never seen this science before where they are comparing a unfired cartridge to anything, much less to a fired cartridge.
Exactly. That's my issue with the whole bullet evidence. You can't compare an unfired cartridge to a fired cartridge and say, oh yeah, it came from the same gun, because they're different. You have to compare. It's apples and oranges, like she said. You have to compare two fired cartridges in order to say definitively. And from what I understand, this is the only thing they have that puts Richard Allen at the scene of the crime. Like, this is the big literal smoking gun. So, and it's not even, you're not even comparing the same thing to the same thing. This is a big problem for me. Good morning, Norma. Good to see you here today.
To make an identification.
All right, let's bring Emily and Bob back in. So you feel like the prosecution was successful in reaching this jury,
really,
guys?
Jenny? I didn't know that.
That's a
Save 50% on the essential.
What is going on? That's a good website if you're ever looking for worksheets to print out for your kids, like to help them with skills and stuff. Education.com is a great website.
Emily and I were in the courtroom, and there were times that I was sitting there trying to follow what they were saying. So I would have to imagine the jury might have been as well, because one of the things we haven't mentioned is almost all references to the ammunition and to the firearms that were in question today, they were exhibit numbers. Is how the deputy prosecutor, Jim Luttrell, he's a very experienced litigator. I was surprised that throughout hours of questioning and testimony with the witness today, he was just
Abella says, so they have an unspent bullet and a blurry video of a guy on the bridge and a confession from a guy that confessed to everything, and they want to convict him. I don't see this going anywhere. Right now, at this moment, I don't either, but I heard there's some salacious things going on with confessions that we're going to get to at some point today.
Just using, for the most part, exhibit numbers, which made things really confusing.
But the defense did the same thing. On cross, they did, and that was hard to follow. Number 15, okay, is that what is that? Is that the gun? Is it the cartridge? Is that
it is? And the jury's going to have to kind of put all those exhibit numbers, and there's hundreds of exhibits. We should point out they're going to have to make sense of all that. But just one example: early in the day when they pulled out the gun to be able to cycle a bullet through the gun for the jury. When Melissa Oberg did that, it was not clear to a lot of the journalists in the room, and I'm assuming possibly to the jury, possibly to the other people in the gallery, that the actual gun they were using was Richard Allen's gun, the one that they seized from his home, because they just kept referring to it by
number.
Yeah, by its exhibit
Right.
number. So I thought this was just maybe a gun that they had gotten from the crime lab or something. It wasn't until much later that we understood that was actually the gun that was in Richard Allen's home.
And even more confusing, the state has one number for it, the defense has letters for it, so you're trying to follow in that way.
And throughout the day also.
Why would you do that? That's just going to confuse the jury. I don't understand that reasoning for calling it numbers and then letters and not just saying it's Richard Allen's gun.
Point out that they referenced all these exhibit numbers for a lot of other firearms that Melissa Oberg testified about testing.
Yes.
Lots of other bullets and bullet cartridges.
Yes.
So there were all of these different. One of the reasons it got confusing is because they kept introducing all these other pieces of ammunition and firearms that we didn't really. They never did explain where they came from.
Well, Melissa Oberg talked about they tested one gun. I think it was a Glock.
I agree,
2 days after, February 17th. She said that was they rolled that out right away, right? Because it's a
yes,
right, different caliber. And then a few days later, they tested 2 more guns. And then some years later, in August of 2022, they pulled some guns from the river. That was part of this investigation.
And they didn't explain to the jury why they were introducing. Now these are other pieces of ammunition and other firearms that in one way or another they were testing as part of this case.
Right.
But in the jury's mind now, I mean, you're just tracking all these exhibit numbers,
Right.
all these other
different guns,
and they really never came back and explained what those were. So I thought that was confusing. And also, perhaps the most confusing thing to me is Jim Luttrell never came back and did a summary for the jury to explain what they had just heard from their star witness. Specifically, when he asked Melissa Oberg, "What is your conclusion?" And let's put this quote up on the screen for our viewers to see. He said, "What's your conclusion?" And she said, "My conclusion is I identified 314 as having cycled cartridge item 16. Now, there's another way that you could have said that, or that the deputy prosecutor could have summarized for the jury what they just.
Basically, they said that I identified Richard Allen's pew as cycling the bullet, but I don't think you did, if I'm understanding correctly. If I'm misunderstanding, please correct me, but I really don't think you did.
Heard that
you can't compare a spent bullet to an unspent bullet. That's not you're not gonna get the definitive evidence you need to convict a man on that alone, for sure.
That could have been what you just heard.
What you just told us.
Yeah, what you
What
just
you
heard,
really just
members of the jury, is that the bullet cartridge at the crime scene cycled through
Richard Allen's gun.
But they didn't say that. And actually, Scott, I'm curious to send it back to you for a moment, and Katie, to find out if that surprises her as well, and what a jury would actually make of something like that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So let's go ahead and ask Katie, does that feel like a missed opportunity that they didn't summarize and link, hey, this came from Richard Allen's gun?
It does seem like a missed opportunity. And that quote that we saw, to a certain extent, is just sort of ineffective lawyering. And I say that, but I want to give some grace to these lawyers, because here's how that kind of plays out. So when the crime lab or a forensic scientist like Melissa Oberg gets these items, she gets them by item number. She may have a brief description, but she won't know the intimate details of where that item came from or anything that the jury has already learned about that item. She's isolated to that item number. However, the attorneys do know that. And while they can't necessarily come back in the middle of testimony and give a summary to the jury, there's an effective way to ask the questions so that the jury can connect item 16 to that fired bullet. So, for example, the prosecutor couldn't have necessarily said, well, now, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard A, B, and C, because that would have been him testifying and that would have been objectionable. But at the end of the day, it is his responsibility to make sure that the jury understands what they are hearing. So an effective way that you often see trial lawyers do that is to say, your item 16 is my fired bullet from the crime scene. Would you agree with that description, Ms. Oberg? And she would look at her report and say yes. And so to not do that is absolutely a missed opportunity, because if they're on item 314, they've heard about over 300 pieces of evidence, and you can't expect a jury to keep up with those evidence numbers.
Yeah. Bob?
I agree with that statement. Jenny says, I asked my nephew yesterday for a Twix chocolate and he gave me Twizzlers licorice. I don't like Twizzlers. One of the kids likes them a lot, but I don't like them. I actually was given like 5. I love white chocolate Reese's, and I was given like 5 of them from my neighbor, and then she took me to the store. And I was like, I ate all of them already. And so last night, about 9 o'clock, she brought me over 2 whole bags of the white chocolate Reese's. And of course, I split one up between the kids, and I had the other one in my room last night, just munching on them before bed.
Bob and Emily, this has certainly been a long week. So much information. This case is going to continue on Saturday. What's still to come?
Stop researching with ChatGPT.
Well, Scott, we know that there are really 3 key items that the prosecution wants to present to the jury.
Right.
3 of those. So far, we've heard 2 of them, right?
2. One today, that cartridge found between the girls' bodies, and then earlier this week, those 4 witnesses that say that they placed Richard Allen at the trail that day during the state's timeline of when these murders occurred. The one thing that we haven't heard yet so far are those 60 plus alleged confessions made by Richard Allen while he was in prison being, awaiting this trial. And it's, there's potential that we might be hearing those alleged confessions in his own words, in
That
his
sounds
own
good.
voice. Now, tomorrow is a short day here, 9 to noon. It's hard to imagine that they're gonna start down that road tomorrow on a short day.
I agree with you. It's possible. At the same time, it's possible if you want to leave the jurors over this weekend. They've got a day and a half off, Saturday afternoon and
Right.
Sunday. Do you want to
Give them something to contemplate?
Something.
Okay, so I think that's about the end of day 7. We're going to go ahead and jump into day 8. We're going to move right along. Day 8 and 9. This is the DNA analysis confirms Richard Allen's DNA was not found at the crime scene. So let's see what this is about.
Tonight on the Delphi Debrief, 2 years after Richard Allen was charged with the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German, the jury in the Delphi murders trial hears from the forensic expert who tried to find DNA evidence at the crime scene. Plus, on Saturday, we heard more testimony from the state police officer who told the jury that Allen said it's over before his arrest. Thanks for inviting us in. This is your Delphi Debrief here on WTHR Plus. This was day 9 of the Delphi murders trial. In a moment, we'll hear from our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay. But first, our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, and reporter Emily Longnecker are in Delphi right now. Richard Allen, as you know, is charged in the murders of Abby and Libby 2 years ago. But today we heard there's no DNA evidence connecting Allen to this crime, right?
Yeah, Scott, we got some very technical and very scientific testimony today. One talking about DNA evidence, another talking about blood patterns. Mm-hmm. It made for a really hard day for both the families and for the jurors in court.
Yeah, and I would say everybody in court that had to see those crime scene photos again, very technical testimony from that blood spatter expert, but it also became emotional because he was literally describing the last moments of Abby and Libby's lives.
Absolutely. Let's get you up to speed right now on the two witnesses who testified today.
I'm going to go ahead and put my trigger warning up real quick because this one might get kind of emotional.
First, Stacy Bozanovsky. She is the state's 27th witness to take the stand, and she is a DNA analyst who works for the Indiana State Police Crime Lab in Indianapolis. She tested dozens and dozens of pieces of evidence from the crime scene to see if the state could detect if the killer left behind any DNA. And the second witness, Pat Cicero. He is a major with the LaPorte County Sheriff's Department, and he's a longtime crime scene reconstructionist. His specialty is as a blood pattern stain analyst, and he testified about the huge amount of blood at the crime scene and how he thinks it got there. We'll begin with the DNA testimony. Bozanovsky, she is the lady on the right side of the video you're seeing. She told the jury she tested clothing from Abby and Libby found at the murder scene, skin cells from under their fingernails, blood found on their bodies and on the ground and from a nearby tree. The big conclusions from the state's DNA expert, Richard Allen's DNA was not found anywhere at the crime scene, including on the cartridge that the prosecutor claims came from one of Allen's guns. And the other big conclusion, she says Abby and Libby's DNA was not found on any of the items taken from Allen's home when investigators served a search warrant there. She also testified.
That's a big problem for me. I don't understand how you did all of this and there's no DNA from the person you're saying did this at the scene of the crime. Like, there's no way. There's going to be some kind of skin cells, some kind of hair, something out there. I understand that it's the woods, but there was like blood on the tree. There were sticks laid over. There's DNA there. And for none of it to be Richard Allen's is, again, I don't know. I don't think he did it. I'm sorry, Trixie, you lost internet. Hopefully it'll work now.
That specimens from the sexual assault test kits administered on Abby and Libby's bodies showed no signs or DNA to suggest that sexual assault took place. Bozanovsky said there was some male DNA found in evidence from the crime scene, but she said that's not unusual to find in the environment naturally or on clothes washed in a family's washing machine, for example. She said the only definitive male whose DNA was found at the scene belonged to someone who works in the state crime lab. Again, nothing from Richard Allen. And keep in mind, this testimony came from a witness presented by the state. Hearing what the state's expert had to say, you might think that this testimony actually came from the defense. It was not. It came from the state. And it seemed to be an attempt on the state's part to really get out in front of what the jury is going to hear the defense say, which is the fact that there was no DNA tying Richard Allen to the crime scene in any way whatsoever helps to prove that he did not commit the murders.
They were unalived when they were found, Abellis.
The defense, though, they did have a chance to come up and cross-examine the witness, and they took their time and spent over an hour doing that, and they kind of pounded away at this witness.
Yeah, they did. And, on that cross, Bozanovsky said, look, DNA technology is always advancing. It's ever changing, kind of as a reason, giving a reason for holding on to some of the hair evidence that they have, but also testifying that they sent 72 hairs to the FBI for analysis. And Jennifer Auger asking, well, could you have tested more? Could you have sent it to other labs? And Bozanovsky saying the decision was made not to test them at this time. And if we want to put up this quote here from Jennifer Auger, she said, but this is the time. Richard Allen is on trial now. And she said that very emphatically, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Right, because how the hell do you have 72 pieces of hair, but you haven't tested them? What the hell do you mean? Are you kidding me right now? You've got a magic bullet that doesn't even match. Like, you're comparing a bullet that was spent to a bullet that was unspent. You've got 72 hairs and you haven't tested them? Are you kidding me? What kind of BS is this?
exclamation point. And Bozanovsky said Richard Allen is on trial now.
That's a moment that really stood out.
It did.
Where, it's like, hey, you had your chance
Right.
to be able to do additional testing. Specifically, she was talking about hair follicles that were found
Right.
at the crime scene. And she said, hey, this wasn't my call.
Right.
We made the decision not to test it right now. And it's like, hey, you've got, this is the time.
Right.
He's on
Here we
trial
are.
right now. We don't have more
Exactly.
time to test
And
it.
she said, look, it's at the discretion of the investigators. They basically tell her what to test. And she also testified that they were only looking for male DNA. And Jennifer Auger asked her, well, why? And Bozanovsky said, I had reason to believe based on the case history that this was a male perpetrator. So we only focused on men, basically. We also found out some of the items taken from Richard Allen's home that they tested for DNA, for Richard Allen's DNA, his blue Carhartt jacket, that they took a swash of carpet from his car, some of his knives that they took during that search warrant, his boots, and of course that cartridge that was found at the scene between Abby and Liz. The jury coming out of this, the cross and the back and forth, they had 8 questions.
They did.
And technical ones, a lot about security too.
I wrote down some of those questions, and some of the questions from the jury just, to me, were mind-boggling.
Right.
One of the questions, what types of quality controls are utilized for DNA reagents?
That's a good question from the jury. Yeah, Richard Allen Bella says Richard Allen's going to walk, and if he did it, that's too bad. Exactly. You're not even, like, what if he did do it and you haven't tested these hairs to rule out anybody else? Or what if he didn't do it and you haven't tested these hairs to find out who else could have been there? Like, what the hell kind of botched trial is this?
Another question they asked, how do you handle chimeras? Chimeras,
Right.
I believe it's pronounced.
Right.
That's someone who would show DNA having evidence.
Have you never heard of Eileen Warnos? I think is how you say her name. There's been female red rummers before.
Of DNA in their body from more than one person. For
Right.
example, like someone who might have a blood transfusion.
That's how they explained it.
There's at least one juror sending questions to the judge to ask the witness who really knows
Must
a
know
lot
something.
about
Yes.
DNA. And
For sure.
that really surprised me, Scott. So the jury again today taking lots of notes, paying very close attention to the testimony, even though it was really dense and really technical testimony that we got this morning.
All right, Bob and Emily, thanks so much. We'll get back to you shortly. We want to bring in our legal analyst, Katie Jackson Lindsay. All right, so what do you make of the fact that they do this DNA testing on the crime scene and don't find any DNA of Richard Allen at the crime scene?
Well, I think it's remarkable and it's significant for sure, because that's a win for the defense, right? But it might not necessarily be a loss for the state because they didn't find unknown male DNA of some other mystery person either. So undoubtedly, we will see them argue in closing
Because they didn't test the hair.
arguments, hey, Richard Allen's DNA is not there, but there's also no other person's DNA there that's not accounted for. And so therefore, the killer arguably just was able to pull this off without leaving any DNA behind.
Okay, speaking of DNA, I think the other thing that we learned today.
No, I disagree completely. He left DNA behind and y'all just haven't tested it. What, did he go down there in a freaking hazmat suit with the mask and everything? Like, there's no way. There's no way there was no DNA at that crime scene. There is no effing way. And there was, you just haven't tested it. And this man is on trial right now and you haven't even tested all of your evidence. Stop. I can't. I'm furious. I am fuming.
From this
Oh,
testimony
thank you,
from this
Jen.
expert testified that Richard Allen's blue jacket, his black boots, his knives were all tested, and the girl's DNA was not on any of those items.
And that I think is more remarkable, right? Because
Exactly.
like I said, they could argue that whoever committed this crime didn't leave their DNA behind. But now what we know is that
There's the StreamYard link if anybody would like to join me on panel.
this was a really
Oh, I paused it.
bloody crime scene. Those girls' DNA would have been all over the perpetrator of this crime
Exactly.
through blood DNA, right? And so the idea that their blood was not found in his vehicle, Their blood was not found anywhere in his home, not on any of the knives, not on the jacket, not on the boots that they are accusing him of wearing when he perpetrated this crime. That is a bigger issue, I think, of not finding their DNA than not finding his, because they didn't find any other person's either. But even on that point, I suspect that the state will argue that based on the amount of time that has passed, he could have washed that clothing, he could have had his car cleaned, and it was 5 years. And that those type of
And I thought about that, the fact that it had been so long since the time the crime happened and the time they served the search warrant. But to be sure, there would still be something. There would be something there in the crevice of the boot or some part of the jacket that was missed. There's no way that you got every single little last piece of blood splatter off. And even with luminol, doesn't that last even after you clean the material, if I'm not mistaken? I mean, it might be faded, but they luminol tested it, right? Like,
bodily fluids will deteriorate somewhat over that passage of time, as will the integrity or the composition of any DNA that might have been there.
Do you think the jury members hearing that there's no DNA of Richard Allen at the crime scene think, well, how could he be guilty?
Potentially. I think they most certainly are probably thinking that right now in this moment, because there's not been any argument about it. And that's one of the challenges of putting on a criminal case for either side. When you are presenting your witnesses, all that you can do is present the facts. You can't make any arguments about the facts in that moment. And so it's really going to fall on the state to really tie this up for the jury and explain why they shouldn't just assume that he wasn't there because his DNA wasn't there, and vice versa. It's going to be on the defense to explain to them why this is a really big deal.
All right, we're going to get more from Katie coming up in a minute, but let's go back to you guys in Delphi and find out more about that second witness that was on the witness stand today.
Picture this. You're sitting at home alone watching YouTube videos, wondering why you can't find the motivation to do the things you need or
Before we mention that, Scott, there was an interesting dialogue from the judge that came right before the lunch break today. This was at the end of the discussion regarding the DNA, or at least wrapping up the morning session. And it came after, again, several hours of talking about some really technical DNA issues. And before we broke for lunch, Judge Gall looked out into the gallery and she said, I realize that it's kind of hot in here and this has been going on for a while. But she said, I've noticed some of you out in the gallery sleeping. And then she said, let me pull up her exact quote. She said, I do not conduct court in your bedrooms. I would appreciate you not sleeping in my courtroom. And I guarantee you that was the last time today that anyone closed their eyes for more than a second or two in the courtroom.
Right, absolutely.
So yeah, let's move on now to the blood spatter testimony today. Some really tough testimony given in court, and I guess I should warn our viewers that even us talking about it and recounting what we heard in court today, it's extremely graphic. So we want to warn you about some of that.
Yeah, graphic because, as Pat Cicero was talking about
the judge said, not today, not today. I want to give y'all another trigger warning because blood splatter is very graphic. So
moments of Abby and Libby's lives, we're seeing the crime scene photos, sometimes very close up.
For a second time.
And I think we talked about, and other people talked about, we heard this before, we saw them last week, and somehow today, at least for me, and I think you said it for you, and I heard a couple other people say it was harder today, and maybe it was because of the narrative going along with it. It was so technical, it was so graphic, and again, we saw those jurors, especially that one gentleman who always puts his head in his hands. He would not look at those photos at all.
In addition to that juror, though, today really struggling with that, and there's one juror who sits in seat 6 who has really struggled. And again today, he had his head down and his face got bright red, and he really couldn't bring himself to look at the photos.
Right.
These really tight graphic pictures of Abby and Libby and their wounds. But the juror, I noticed in seat 11 and in seat 12, they at one point just both looked at one another and they just shook their head. And at portions of the testimony, when these pictures were being shown, they stared off just into the distance. I saw juror 5. She looked away multiple times. These are photographs that are they're really, really disturbing.
You can't unsee them. Basically,
No,
you
no.
cannot unsee them. So this testimony came from Major Pat Cicero out of LaPorte County. This is his 34th time testifying in a case. He told the jury he was brought into this case this past February, and he reviewed crime scene photos, autopsy photos, diagrams of the crime scene, DNA reports. He also testified that he examined Abby Williams' clothes, and he went to the crime scene this past April. His job, basically, Major Cicero's job, basically, is to put all of these things together and try and figure out exactly what happened at that crime scene. And Cicero described the area.
I don't think so, Abella. I don't think there is any connection between Richard Allen and Odinism.
The crime scene area that he went to this April as a bowl, a depression, if you will, is what he said, kind of an area that goes down where their bodies were found, almost like a bowl shape. And he talked about the trees at the crime scene. That smaller tree he described as having a blood stain on it 4 feet from the base, and then a pool of blood about 2 to 3 feet north of that tree. On that tree, he talked about the stain being an upside down L, having blood spatters to the left. He called it a transfer stain, that basically a bloody object had come into contact with that tree. And we later learned that he believes that that bloody object was Libby German's hand. Then he talked about another stain on that same tree on the north side, just, he said, around the corner from the L stain. And that stain is 2 feet from the base, another transfer stain, and he described that as a more voluminous amount of blood. Voluminous is a word that Pat Cicero used several times today. Voluminous amount of blood.
He did. And Emily, I thought some of the most interesting testimony he gave today was really talking about where he thinks Abby and Libby were positioned at the times that they were attacked by the murderer.
Yeah. Also, we want to talk about, he explained the process of examining this blood, how you put a chemical on it, and I couldn't pronounce it or spell it when he said it, but it turned the blood at the scene, especially on the tree, like a violet color, so that they could look at it better to try and explain what happened. And he called that upside down L stain interesting in detail. The margins were smooth, uniform, and even. So he took each young lady. First, he started with Libby and basically went through all of the blood on her body and what he thinks happened. He brought up the photos again of her, and that's when the jury became visibly upset, and a lot of folks became upset. He described her having, and we saw the picture, she had blood on the bottom of her right foot, and he said it was consistent with Miss German moving and basically walking in blood.
I am just trying to listen to this.
And he said that there was a huge amount of blood on her hands. And he basically said, and this was, I think, just a god-awful detail when he talked about basically, and he's seen this in other victims, that it is a normal reaction when you have a wound on your neck that you would grab your neck with both hands. And he thinks that Libby did that after one of the wounds that she received, that she put her hands on her neck. I think, though, the most difficult part of this was when he testified about the moisture that they found on Libby's face, and explaining that it hadn't rained the night before or during that day, and that the moisture was consistent with tears. And that's when you saw people break down.
With
that's
tears.
When,
and at that moment, I was able to see.
Oh my God. That's a really hard thing to hear. I'm sorry, y'all. That's horrible.
Libby's grandmother out of the corner of my eye, and she has really tried to be stoic throughout these proceedings, even when the photos were shown. But at that moment, she lowered her head, she put her head in her hands, and she started crying. And certainly understandably so, to hear that your granddaughter
was crying.
Last moments of her life,
she was crying.
there were tears.
We also learned that Pat Cicero believes at one point Libby was sitting down. So, and he talked about this, that there was at least the initial wound. Then she is consistently moving, steps in blood. At one point, he feels like she's seated, and that's where a majority of the blood flows out of her after she's moving a few feet. And then he believes that she passed there, and then later was dragged to the tree. And he talked about believing that she was dragged based on the photos that he saw of the leaves that were stuck basically to her leg and her backside. When they turned her over, they saw a lot of leaves, even though
that's one of the questions, Abellis, because like people state that you could have heard leaves rustling. You can hear animals in that area. Just when you walk over the bridge, you can hear animals walking around down there and things, and nobody heard anything. That's something that makes me believe that it didn't happen there at the crime scene. I think they were placed there in the early morning hours.
the defense brought up, look, in the diagram of that crime scene, we don't see anything that indicates that investigators thought there was any kind of dragging at the scene. And so
Yes.
the defense brought that up. But nonetheless, Pat Cicero believes that someone dragged Libby over to the next tree. Then he moved on to Abby Williams. He talked about how the blood near Abby is very, very different. Only a small amount of pool.
That train is on their audio, and I apologize for that. Good morning, Zan. Thank you for being here.
He described at her right arm and right shoulder, and he described no blood stains on the sleeves or her arms or her hands, and he said it was very unusual to not have blood on her hands. And we know when they found her that her hands were tucked inside the sleeves of Libby's sweatshirt, as if they have described it before, as if in a fighting position, like, kind of putting your dukes up, but nonetheless, no blood on her hands. And he described that as very unusual. He said that the blood went from the one wound in her neck over her chin and into her mouth. And he believed that she was wearing the sweatshirt that she was wearing, Libby's sweatshirt, when she was killed. And he based that on the amount of saturation in the sweatshirt. And Pat Cicero believes that Abby succumbed to her injuries right at the location that she was found. She was in a supine position, facing up. And this was another quote that was very hard to hear. There was no evidence to show that she died immediately.
Yes.
So we know that it was not immediate that these young women suffered. When he was asked about why no blood on her hands, he talked about the different possibilities. That one, she could have been bound, but there's no evidence of that. Right. He said. Two, that she could have been unconscious. And three, that she was restrained. But in his opinion, quote, she was wearing the sweatshirt at the time she was killed.
If there were tears on their face, then they weren't unconscious. It makes more sense that they were restrained. And how did her hands get put up in, like, putting your dukes up position unless the killer did that? And why would the killer do that?
He also testified it's possible at least one person could have committed this crime. But on the cross, the defense said to him, but is it possible that it could have been committed by more than one? And he said, I can't rule that out. I can't rule that out. So
some of the big takeaways that we heard from that is this blood spatter expert said that he believed that at least one of the girls' bodies was moved,
dragged, Libby's,
after she died.
Right.
He indicated that he believed, again, keep in mind, this all happened at what they refer to as ground zero. About this
exactly
20-yard area in diameter. And he believes that there's one spot that has a fair amount of blood there. Right. That is where Libby was attacked.
Yes.
And then on the other side of that perimeter area is where she actually...
Zan is infuriated that we can't get information straight from the witnesses and have to rely on other sources. Of all the trials to hold in the dark, this is the worst. I agree 100%. Out of all the trials to not make live, like, really, this one should have been like live before Leilani Simons, in my opinion.
died. Yes. With
and
even
then
more blood.
with even way
That-
more blood
that he
at that particular
Yes.
site, because he said that is where it appears that she would have died from her injuries.
Right.
And then her body was dragged.
Right.
And again, he believes that Abby Williams, she died in the spot where she was
Injured,
attacked
yes.
and where she was injured.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
very interesting testimony that came from that expert.
The defense also, they were trying to argue, is it possible that Libby German could have been picked up by more than one person and not dragged? And Pat Cicero pretty much sticking to the idea that she was dragged. He said based on those leaves that were stuck to her leg, because he talked about blood, having an adhering quality, and that things stick to blood. So he talked about that. They also.
My question is, one of them was dressed and it was the smaller of the two, if I'm not mistaken. So that would make me think somebody small, like that they were having trouble picking up Libby's body and dressing her. Like, why would you dress one and not the other? Well, could it be because you're having trouble picking up her body and dressing her after she's deceased? Like, why is one dressed and the other isn't? Is it because you couldn't get the clothes back on the other one? And if you think young girls like that are wearing tight clothes, so is that why the smaller of the two was wearing the bigger clothes, because they couldn't get their clothes back on them? Because, you think of a body after, number one, they're not going to be moving. So it'd be harder to put tight clothes back on them because they're, you're dressing them after they're deceased. And number two has like rigor mortis and bloating set in by the time you're trying to dress them. These are questions I would have as the jury if I was on the jury.
Also tried to talk about, they wanted to question him about the sticks that were left on the girls, saying, is it possible that they were not for concealment? And he basically talked about, well, it's pretty much whatever, depends on your point of view,
right,
whether
Trixie?
they conceal it or not. It depends on where you're looking at the crime scene, whether you think that those sticks conceal. But he could not rule out, the defense asked him about this, he could not rule out that someone had washed Abby Williams' hands or was holding her down when she was attacked. He could not rule that out when he was asked.
I would think that she was held down when she was attacked, because I would think that they fought. Zan says Seam's goal is determined to keep the info from the public, and that you spend 5 hours a day getting the updates from 4 sources. So you could educate us a lot on this. Yeah, or not enough time, maybe, right, Abellis? Trixie says, yes, Abby was small and Libby wouldn't fit in Abby's clothes. Right. All great points.
By the defense.
And Scott, we should point out, again, one of the main reasons that this blood spatter expert was brought in, and during cross-examination, there was quite a bit of criticism on the part of the defense that this blood spatter expert was not brought in until
away.
7 years later. And it's an indication, as the state was preparing to present its case, there have been allegations, and one of the theories presented by the defense is that the blood mark on the tree that has Libby's blood on it was very intentional, and it was placed there as a sign by the killer that this was not an accidental mark on the tree. And we heard Mr. Cicero talk about that today.
Right. He talked about that he believes, he can't rule that out, but he believes that it was put there by her hand, that this was her hand. Yeah.
So important detail, Scott, that the jury heard today, but it certainly came at an emotional price for the jury and for everybody in the courtroom.
Yeah, Bob and Emily, thank you so much for recounting that for our audience tonight. I just can't even imagine what this must have been like for the family to sit through hours of testimony when we're talking about blood and their 2 daughters. So thank you so much for that update. We'll get back to you. Let's bring Katie back in for a little bit more analysis. Based on the blood evidence and the testimony that we heard from the expert in this case, who's been looking at the crime scene, what do you make of what you've
Exactly,
heard?
Zan.
If you could imagine your ideal way of working, what would it
like? Either way, either he's guilty and he's going to walk, or he's innocent and he's going to get charged.
I think this is evidence that we are going to see highly scrutinized.
I don't like it. This trial is botched, in my opinion. I don't like it at all. The jurors' questions do seem very intelligent and skeptical, and I do hope they get it right as well, Zan. Yeah, I don't like this. It all seems very botched.
During the defense's case. In my 16 years of experience as a criminal lawyer, I've never heard from this type of expert. And I think that's in part because this is really subjective. It's very speculative, and it's drawing on a lot of assumptions in terms of what the sequence of events were simply by reviewing photos. It's remarkable to me that we learned that this expert reached these conclusions based on photos. For a number of reasons. One, because those photos are taken from some other person's vantage point, right? But the other reason is because one of the things available to criminal investigators is taking a video of the crime scene. And that's something that we have not heard about in this case yet. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but typically on homicide cases, the crime scene specialist who documents the scene will go out and take video footage.
Yeah, and they didn't even take like pictures of the bullet or how they found it. Why is there no video? We were able to take videos in 2017. Again, I mean, I understand maybe it's a small town. I don't think it's a small town, but maybe it is, but you would still do that. Like so many things, evidentiary are lost. And you got the crime scene, the blood spatter expert going out 7 years later for real? Like, seriously?
Before they ever go out and take photographs, just to capture everything just as it is. And I would think that a video, as it relates to this type of expert, would be much more informative because you would see all of the different angles. If you think about it, this expert is looking at a flat photo that was taken years before. They have no way of recreating that entire scene and getting the entire view. And so I think as it stands right now, this evidence was probably powerful to the state in terms of answering some of those questions about those last moments. But I suspect we'll see this really come under attack.
All right, let's talk about some of the things that we heard in the testimony. The blood on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that this may be Libby's blood, and as Emily described, maybe it was her hand on the tree.
Mob put out a short about that, the shape on the tree and what it could possibly be. I might play it at the end. Zan says horrible police work, and I agree. And they said that they sent the FBI packing. Make it make sense. Exactly. Eek says the trial is a disgrace to the girls. They may never get justice because of all this incompetence. Right, exactly. And that's the most devastating part, you know?
What do you make of that? Is that something that happened during a fight between the girls and the killer? Or was this something that was done intentionally to send a message or to, say something?
Well, I think there's two reasonable interpretations of that evidence. And again, the jury gets that instruction. If there are two reasonable interpretations, you have to choose the one consistent with his innocence. But we know that they have been prohibited from developing that theory more as it relates to the potential cult evidence. I think it's perfectly logical that she could have leaned up against the tree, just even trying to balance herself after being injured and suffering from these injuries. So again, that's one of those things that we'll have to see how either party argues it. But for now, it has to be really curious to the jury.
Okay, another thing that was brought up during the testimony was this idea that Libby was dragged.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you make of the idea of why she was dragged? And again, why wouldn't we see DNA evidence on this young girl if in fact somebody dragged her from one position to another?
That's a really great point. And that is one of those pieces of evidence in this case that raises more questions than answers, because we know from defense's opening that they plan to present the theory that this crime happened somewhere else and the girls' bodies were placed there away from the original crime scene. And so one thing that we heard from Bob and Emily was that there was admitted testimony that there's no drag marks on that scene. If her bloody body was dragged from one place to another, it seems that you would see a path that would show that blood being dragged. You would see an indentation in the leaves to show
Exactly.
dragging. You would see the path of the leaves drag.
Unless somebody, picked them up, carried them, and placed them there, you're going to see all that. And there's not enough blood there for it to have happened there, in my opinion.
And so I think that's an interesting conclusion. And again, I suspect we'll probably see some challenges to that.
All right. And then we also heard that there was no blood on Abby's hands. What do you make of that?
Well, that's really interesting. That is definitely a point that raises more questions than answers, because you have to consider, again, there's sort of these assumptions and this speculation about what happened. They're saying maybe she was in some way tied up, maybe her hands were tied up, maybe she was being held down, and all of that is speculation, and that's not good evidence for anyone, right? And you have to wonder why the inconsistency. We know that Libby had blood on her hands, and she had blood consistent with reacting to getting those wounds. Well, why wouldn't Abby have that as well? And of course, there's always the argument that no one can answer these questions except the person who committed this really heinous crime. But it certainly leaves a lot of unanswered questions that the jury could charge to either side.
So I know that, it's almost like we're looking at a scorecard every day. Based on what we've heard, DNA and blood today, was today a victory for the state? Was it a victory for the defense? Is there a split decision in there? What do you think?
I certainly don't think that it was a victory for the state today, because from the DNA evidence, we know that it did nothing more for them. Richard Allen's DNA is not at that crime scene. The girl's DNA is not in any way associated with the things taken from Richard Allen's home. In terms of the defense, whether or not it was a gain for them, I would say today, yes. But again, we don't know how the state's going to tie that up in arguments. As to the blood evidence, it's really sort of hard to tell, because again, it depends on how they tie it up. And I think the evidence that we heard related to potentially the bodies were moved, but they gave an explanation. The defense has planted the seed that the bodies were moved from an entirely different location. Their expert has now said that, yes, the body was moved, but from point A to B within the same crime scene.
Right.
And so I can't see where that did anything for the state, but I think we have to wait on that to determine, because we haven't heard all the evidence. And so it really highlights.
I find myself agreeing with the defense in this. Yeah.
That instruction that the jury gets, reserve your judgment until all the evidence is in.
Right,
so
Dan?
I don't think that it's our scorecard would probably be fair at this point, because we don't necessarily know what's coming tomorrow. But I certainly don't think there were any gains in tipping the scales
And
for the
still
state
haven't
today,
done it all.
in a positive way in their direction.
All right. So what you've heard in terms of analysis is all based on what we heard today. But Bob and Emily also have some information about what happened on Saturday when the trial took place. And so maybe you can fill us in on what happened on Saturday.
Yeah, since our last Delphi debrief, we've actually had 2 days of testimony. And Emily, you had a front row seat on Saturday for that. And Lieutenant Jerry Holman from Indiana State Police, it was his second time testifying. The first time that he testified to the jury was talking about the first time that he interviewed Richard Allen. And we know that that interview led to state police then getting a search warrant and searching his home. So on Saturday, he talked about the second time that he interviewed Richard Allen after that search warrant was issued and after they got what they consider to be some of their key evidence against him, which is that cartridge at the crime scene that the state says is linked to Richard Allen.
He testified, Lieutenant Holman testified on Saturday about that October 26, 2022 interview that happened at the Lafayette State Police Post 2 weeks after this search warrant was issued. Now, we know that he testified that they had arranged for Richard Allen to come in and pick up his car. He and his wife, Kathy, were coming there, they thought, to pick up their car. And it was at that point that Lieutenant Holman said that he took Richard Allen into a room to talk to him some more. And he really talked about kind of the techniques that he had been trained in as far as discussing things with someone. And he said, first of all, you try and build a rapport with the person you're talking to. So he said he talked about his military service. Richard Allen apparently served in the military, so trying to build a rapport with Richard Allen about their mutual military service. After that, he says he pretty much presented him with the report that he had showing, he said that the cartridge matched Richard Allen's gun, and that Richard Allen insisted over and over again, I didn't have a gun on the trail that day. That cartridge didn't come from my gun. Then Holman testified that he actually lied to Richard Allen, that this is.
Basil does say bullshit. He's over here getting all the love, and he's being super loving today. He's rubbing his head on me. He's being super sweet.
Also an interview technique he said that he had been trained in. He told Richard Allen that they had experts who had analyzed the video and who could say definitively that that was Richard Allen on that video, and
Great
that
point,
this expert
Fred.
could also tell that that was his voice saying down the hill. And Richard Allen kept insisting no. And at one point he said this is Richard Allen, I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do. I don't care what.
Yeah, he's okay. I was a little worried about him, but he's okay. He's playing and stuff too, and his ears aren't warm anymore, and he's playing and running around and stuff too. He's not like when rabbits get sick, they're like they lay down and they're lethargic, and he hasn't been that. So I've been keeping a close eye on him though.
What you do to me, I'm not going to tell you something I didn't do. And Holman testified that Richard Allen, grew more and more agitated over the 2 hours after insisting that he had not done anything. And he cursed at Holman. And then Holman said, so I cursed back. It amped it up. So he was speaking this language. So I spoke his language back is basically what he said.
And it was interesting because really Jerry Holman was revealing to the jury these interviewing techniques that someone who would be interviewing a murder suspect uses in an interrogation room. And it really gave the jury a lot of insight, including the fact that investigators will lie to suspects when they're doing these.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported his disastrous.
Okay, sorry about that. I hate when they do political ads. This is I'm still letting it play because number one, they're talking about Saturday and there's a lot of information here, but it is upsetting that, like Zan said, except the nearby landowners pew could not be excluded from that round either. And if you haven't looked into him, you should, because there's a lot of questionable things that he did as well.
Another interesting part, Holman talked about how he left the room and Kathy Allen came in for a little bit and talked to her husband, and then Kathy left the room and said he came back in and he told Richard Allen, look, your wife and I, we don't think you're a bad person. And Richard Allen said to Holman testified, Richard Allen said to him, what kind of good person kills two girls? And
interesting, he also told the jury that when he left the room and had Kathy Allen go in and talk with her husband, they were observing that conversation between the two of them as well.
And at the end of it all, Richard Allen basically says to him, and I'm paraphrasing, like, you're going to do what you're going to do, like arrest me. And Holman said that he went outside then and consulted with the other folks. They thought that they had probable cause, and Richard Allen ended that interview in handcuffs.
Yeah. So
that is weird. He said what kind of person red rums to girl? What good person red?
Again.
Lord have mercy. What good person red rums to girls? But I think he was saying that just like they stated before, like, because he knows that they've got a target on him, and he's like, well, you think I did it, so there's no point. And even, I just basically give up. I'm done because you think I did it, and you're not going to look into anybody else now because you got your target set on me. It's still, I wish he hadn't have done that.
Really interesting testimony from state police,
right,
but the question is going to be,
I watched a lot of them too.
How does the jury interpret seeing state police, seeing the state investigator who interviewed Richard Allen essentially lie to him at one point in the deposition, and this was on cross-exam. In the deposition, he said, Richard, I'm not lying to you.
That would be unethical.
He said that would be unethical, and yet he was lying to him. So how that's going to land with the jury will be interesting.
And they're going to get a chance to see that in the videos. They were talking about playing them on Saturday, and in the end it was decided, okay, we'll play those sometime next week. So we're going to see that October 26th.
I didn't catch what he lied about.
Video of Jerry Holman, and then we're also going to see that first questioning of Richard Allen October 13th.
I am really curious to see that because, you know, in the courtroom, the jury, they're going to get to see exactly what Richard Allen's demeanor was as he was being interviewed. And I think just the way he presents himself, that will probably tell the jury a lot. So, want to mention today we had a new motion filed by.
Zan says Richard Allen was empathetic in his two interviews. He got pissed they kept accusing him, and then he confessed after being in solitary confinement for 13 months straight. So that's interesting. I mean, being in solitary confinement for that long is going to mentally break anybody. Yeah, right. I can't say I wouldn't tell people anything after that kind of torture either, because it is torture, solitary confinement.
By the state, some evidence that we haven't heard anything about before.
Yeah, a Google search history. And they didn't say whose Google search history, but they had an email address attached to this Google search history, foodjacka0@gmail.com. This was after, obviously, the jury had left for the day, but they want to introduce some kind of Google search history. The defense argued against it, saying that the state basically needs to prove that it's only one person's Google search history, that not multiple people had access to whatever device this Google search history that they want to introduce is found on. And they cited some kind of case law, the state saying, okay, they were going to review that case tonight, the judge saying that she was going to take it under advisement, but the defense ending things saying that they're prepared, and Kathy Allen is willing to testify if needed about this specific motion.
Interesting that it's coming at this late point after the trial has already begun. So
we'll
see how the judge rules on that motion. We do want to show you some other, some new images for you from inside the courtroom. We're trying so hard to be able to bring you inside the courtroom with us. Today, I had the pleasure of sitting in the courtroom next to Lee Bushka. She is a sketch artist, and she is incredibly talented. Want to allow you to take a look at some of the sketches that she drew inside the courtroom today of the defense team, of Judge Gall, of prosecutor Nick McLeland, of Richard Allen. When I tell you that some of these are essentially more pictures than sketches or photographs more than sketches, that's how accurate Lee's sketches are. So our thanks to Lee, and we'll have those sketches to be showing you. You'll see more of those here over the next couple of weeks. Again, since we're not allowed to have any cameras in the courtroom. And Chris Webb, I want to ask our photojournalist here if he would quickly zoom in behind us. Take a look right now. That is the main entrance right now to the Carroll County Courthouse behind us. I'm counting. Wow.
Okay, so I think we got a good idea of what happened on day 8 and 9 of the trial. Zan says, so if he's guilty, his torture makes anything he said suspect, and there's no way to get justice for the girls. Right. Exactly, Zan. She is very talented. Zan said defense tried to get him rehoused, but judge said no, he stays where he is. So it's maddening. Yeah. Solitary confinement, and then they put you like in a cell. There's no bed, you get no clothes, like you're naked in basically on a concrete floor. And if he was in that for 13 months, Jesus. Now, I don't know if protective custody is the same as solitary. Like, I don't know what their definition of solitary is, but protective custody is different than solitary. Most of the time, solitary is where you're in basically a concrete room with a drain in the floor, and that's about it. So I mean, that would drive anybody crazy, in my opinion.
First time the jury hears the voice of Richard Allen. He's charged with the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Today, the jury saw him deny the murders again and again and again during taped interviews and interrogations with police. But they also heard the first of many alleged confessions that Richard Allen made in prison. Thanks for inviting us in. This is your Delphi Debrief here on WTHR Plus. Let's get you right to Delphi, where our senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and reporter Emily
Sir, don't come in my house.
Longnecker are there. So, Bob and Emily, what did you make of seeing these videos in court today?
Scott, today was, in some ways, it was overwhelming. I mean, it was just jam-packed today, starting with videos and then just witness after witness, the most witnesses we've seen of any day so far. And as you mentioned, we got to hear from Richard Allen. That's really the focus of today. And Emily, we didn't.
So sometimes if they say they're going to like hurt themselves and all of that, they'll put them in the turtle suit, which from what Richard Allen was going through, they probably did put him in the turtle suit. But from what I understand, protective custody is just for, anything to do with children. And I don't think they have to wear the turtle jacket all day. I think it's just like a cell where you're by yourself.
We didn't hear Richard Allen in court. He didn't speak at all.
Nothing.
But we got to see him on video, speaking on
Right,
video.
Jan?
We got to see one of the notes that he wrote. We got to hear what other people heard him say. This was really focused on helping the jury hear specifically from Richard Allen.
Absolutely. In that first video, October 13th, and in that second interview from October 26th, in that second interview, we get to see Kathy Allen come in and interact with her husband. And of course, she was in the courtroom today, watching herself on video, watching them interact. And we'll talk about that in a bit and some of the exchanges between them.
Well, let's set the scene for you right now. We are just across the street from the Carroll County Courthouse. It is directly behind us here. We can see it lit up. We're actually inside tonight because it's crazy windy here in Delphi at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock. I tried to hold my notes outside. They were flying all over the place. So we decided we're going to move inside. So we have all of our notes in front of us and 30 pages of notes today. I filled up an entire notebook in just 2 days, just with all of the witnesses. So let's get you
quotes.
Yeah.
Oh,
let's get
wow,
caught up
Zan.
on today's
I
witnesses
didn't know that.
first.
I know he was.
Here's today's testimony.
I know he was injected with his mental health meds, but Haldol is rough. Yeah, they like that shit is whoa.
Started with those two interrogation videos of Richard Allen back in October of 2022, just right before he was arrested by investigators. We heard from John Gallipo. He's the former warden at the Westville Correctional Facility. He testified before the jury today. And then we heard from just a whole bunch of correctional officers, 7 Westville correctional officers. We heard from Ethan Drang, Michael Clemens, Michael Roberts, James Early, John Miller, Brandon Fisher, and Raymond Smith, all of them correctional officers who got to hear statements made by Richard Allen while he was at the Westville Correctional Facility. And we also heard from one additional correctional officer, that's Jason Bedwell, and he is a correctional officer at Wabash, where Richard Allen was moved to between the time he was in Westville and between the time that he was moved here but before he was moved to local jails, which is what his defense team was wanting all along. So let's start off by talking about those videos, which took up the entire morning of testimony. The day started off with 2 long videos showing Richard Allen being interrogated by state police. The jury got to see how Allen responded when he was questioned by investigators in October of 2022. This was 5 years after he voluntarily contacted police right after the murders to tell them that he was on the trails and on the Monon High Bridge on the day that the murders happened. I thought from looking at the videos that Allen was very respectful and calm.
And, I was just thinking about that sketch that girl did of him. He looks very put together and better in that sketch. So if, like Zan said, he only came out of it when when he was finally moved to a regular jail in preparation for trial, that would explain why he's like doing better now, or looking better, in my opinion. Right. We can't trust anything he said while he was psychotic.
In that first video, he offered information willingly. He appeared relaxed and animated while he was talking to both the Carroll County Sheriff and to one of the main investigators from the prosecutor's office, Steve Mullen. But once police told him that they wanted to search his phone and his car and his house, Allen, he remained polite, but he said at that point he needed to discuss that with his wife. And he told police, he said, your attitude toward me has definitely changed. This feels like you're interrogating me. You've known from the beginning I was out there. I told you that. And then Steve Mullen responded, we're not mad at you. We're not upset with you. We're just trying to get the truth. And they asked Allen if he was the man referred to as Bridge Guy captured on Libby German's phone. They showed him the picture. And he responded, it's not me. You're not going to convince me it's me. I had nothing to do with those murders. And he then said, we're done. Arrest me or take me home. And there was an interesting part in that interview where he also said, I don't want to be somebody's fall guy. Please don't think I'm questioning your integrity. From this conversation, it's like you think I did it. And it was really interesting, Emily, to see how things evolved over the course of that interview, from him thinking that police just wanted him to come and meet with them and talk about what he saw that day, bringing him back in years later, because as we now know, investigators had just rediscovered the file that showed that he was out on the scene that day. They desperately wanted to find who was the man that we've heard some people say was out on the trails on the afternoon of the murders. So Richard Allen thought he was just going there to fill police in on what he knew that day. And then he started.
So this speaks volumes to me, because he's already stating that, I think I need to get an attorney because you think I did something that I didn't do. And he can obviously see his resemblance to Bridge Guy. And he's like, I don't want to insult your integrity, but I'm also not going to be the fall guy for something I didn't do. That all sounds like the speech patterns of an innocent person. A guilty person is going to say, automatic off the bat, I didn't do this. You're wrong. I need a lawyer right now. You're not going to arrest, like it, talking about the cop, like, I'm not trying to insult your integrity. I don't want to take the fall for somebody else who did this. Those are not things that a guilty person is going to say, trying to make themselves look innocent, in my opinion. A guilty person would say, like, matter of fact, I didn't do this. I know I didn't do this. I'm getting a lawyer. I want a lawyer right now. Like, not still trying to be politely saying that, I think you have the wrong guy. I'm not trying to insult you, but I don't want to be the fall for somebody else like that. Do you understand what I'm saying? That again makes me think that he's still innocent, even though he was saying that, because it doesn't make sense. That's not something a guilty person would say, trying to sound innocent, in my opinion.
Started very clearly get the idea, wait a second here. They think I might have something to do with all this.
And we know a couple hours later, here they are at his house with a search warrant.
Yes.
Searching through his home.
Yes, absolutely. So they did take Richard Allen home after he said, either arrest me or take me home. They did take him home. Then they served those warrants. They were able to search his car. They were able to collect the cell phones. They were able to recover knives and the guns. And we know that what happened next was that they tested the gun that they found inside his home. They got back results from the state police lab. And the test results show that a cartridge found at the crime scene right by Libby German's foot was cycled through a gun that Richard Allen had that they confiscated from his home. And so then they called him back in
2 weeks
later. And then the jury got to see that second interview. This time it wasn't with the local sheriff. It was with state police investigator Jerry Holman. And that That was fascinating to watch.
It was, Jerry Holman comes in, and again, we talked about this yesterday. He tries to build a little rapport with Richard Allen. They talk about their mutual military service. He asks about, has he ever been to a firing range? Has anyone ever borrowed any of his guns and knives? And then he kind of tells him, hey, we've got these test results. I've got this official certificate right here that says that this cartridge matches your gun. And that is when we see, Richard Allen start to deny over and over again, saying, what, you're not going to get me to confess to something I didn't do. And at one point, Holman says, we're trying to help you. And he says, no, you're trying to accuse me of murdering 2 little girls. Right. Yeah. And so, and at different times during this interview, Holman leaves and he comes back. And what I found kind of interesting is, here he is presenting him with this.
It would be a civil case, but I think he definitely could, because there is plenty of evidence showing how they tortured him, and his psychological well-being was devastatingly affected by his treatment.
Evidence saying, we think you did it, but then he would come back in and say, hey, do you need a smoke break? Do you want something to drink? As if just 5 minutes earlier, they weren't talking about this really terribly serious matter, right? So,
and he kept portraying, I'm here to help you. I want to help you. I don't think you're a bad guy. He would say over and over again. It was really, but it was clear. And Richard Allen was able to clearly detect this. He was trying to pull out a confession from him right there.
Right. And you got to see, and we know Jerry Holman has testified that when he would leave the room, he would still observe Richard Allen, what he was doing. And I was watching the video of Richard Allen, his body language in there. I would say he remained pretty much relaxed, kind of, he had his leg crossed. I saw him look at his fingernails a couple times. He went like this, he stretched his neck, he looked up, he sighed a couple times. He did shake his head a lot. He did a lot of this in between Holman coming in and out. But it stayed pretty calm for a while.
And notice they're not saying he's acting like he's acting nervous. He's shaking his legs. He's, biting his fingernails. He's doing all the things we would see a guilty person do. No, he's calm. He's stretching his muscles in them uncomfortable chairs. Just looking around, like thinking, and not things like we saw Stephen Stearns and Jen Soto do. You know what I mean?
Calm. And I thought that in that video, I was trying to, first of all, put myself in the jury box to be like, okay, if I'm the jury, what am I making of this? And I was also trying to put myself in the seat that Richard Allen was in. How would I react if I was being interrogated? And if I had committed the crime, or if I hadn't committed the crime, how would I react? And from looking at his demeanor, again,
Trixie, I'm not sure, not much longer.
He remained calm. He certainly never changed his story through the entire interrogation,
not at all,
despite being hounded over and over again. And you've got some of the quotes from that interrogation.
I mean, and there was some really interesting quotes. Jerry Holman, this is quote 1, says, the media is going to portray you as a monster. There's only one way to get out of this, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day? Are you the mastermind? And Richard Allen says, anyone who knows me knows I could never do anything like that. I did not murder 2 little girls. You're trying to convince me to confess to something I didn't do. And Holman, tries to kind of convince Allen that he's on his side. Let's just talk about this. Let's tell the truth. Let's get out.
And again, I mean, he's saying the things that I would expect an innocent person to say, not somebody that was guilty trying to make themselves look innocent.
In front of this, he says, this is your opportunity. And Richard Allen says, will you please stop giving me opportunities?
He was tired at that point. He was like, stop trying to tell me over and over again that I did this.
I didn't kill 2 little girls. Will you please stop giving me opportunities? I didn't kill 2 little girls. Holman, what did you do? And Richard Allen says, I went for a walk on the trail and I went home. And later, Holman sends in Richard Allen's wife, Kathy Allen. We know that she has been, somewhat.
Jen said, Trixie, if you can hear me, Jen says, I thought yesterday was the last witness on the stand. So that could be correct. I think I saw something to that effect too.
are talking separately, I guess, waiting in the lobby at one point. But it's our understanding, I think, and Holman
Dan
testified to
says
this, that they were
prosecution
talking
rested
to her a little bit,
yesterday.
and
They
she
say.
I thought that was actually like some of the most touching
It was.
parts and some
It
of
was
the most
compelling.
emotional parts of the video, because again, Richard Allen is in this interrogation room and he's just learned that police are saying, we have traced evidence at the crime scene to a gun that you own,
Right.
and he's being told that.
Right.
And then Jerry Holman is telling him, hey, we've told your wife that.
Right.
And so he knows that she's gotten the same information.
Right.
And then this is the point where they both come together
Right.
and kind of reconcile the fact that they both now know this information that's been presented to both of them by state police.
Yeah, and she comes in and he stands up from the chair and they hug, and he's kind of comforting her, and he's saying it's all right, it's going to be okay. And he says to her, they're trying to tell me that you actually believe that I did it, and I don't believe that. I don't think that you think that I did this. You know me better than this. And she's crying, and sometimes it was hard to understand her. And I was watching Kathy Allen in the courtroom watch herself on this video, and at times, she was dabbing her eyes and crying. She's looking at herself from 2 years ago in this moment of great stress. And, can you imagine, right? She's hearing this from investigators. They found this cartridge of her husband's in the woods. And she asks him, how did a bullet from your gun get out there? And he keeps saying,
Abella says Abby and Libby could simply have run in two different directions, and that'd be that. It's possible if they were in a vehicle or in a house when it happened, or a garage or something like that, they might not have, where are they going to run? Number two, they talk about how close they were, and one would not have left the other. So I think that's why, even if they were out in the woods, they didn't leave. They would have stayed by to protect each other to the best of their ability, and that's what they did, as sad as that sounds. I wish things had been different that day as well.
saying, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have an answer for that.
He had no answer for her. And then Jerry Holman comes back in and kind of joins them. And he, asks, he says, and Kathy Allen is sitting right there, and Jerry Holman says, "No,
it's not fair that the onus theory cannot be presented. That's not fair.
Now you're going to drag your wife and your daughter through this because you're too effing bullheaded to get out ahead of this." And this is the point where Richard Allen says, "Look, can my wife leave? Let's let Kathy leave."
Yes.
And ask Holman, "Is it okay if I kiss her? Can I kiss her goodbye? Can I give her a hug goodbye?" And Jerry Holman says, "Sure." So he hugs her, kind of comforts her, and she leaves. And Richard Allen says to Jerry Holman, "You're going to pay for what you did to my wife. Did you see my effing wife?" And Holman, this is when it really heats up, right? They're swearing. So then Holman responds, "Did you see those two effing girls you dragged down an effing hill and you effing killed them? You're effing guilty, and I'm going to prove it. This is effing on you, Rick." And then the video stops, and then Judge Gall, read to the jury what we don't see then on the video, but that is, Jerry Holman leaves the room. He consults, we know, some other investigators, and he comes back in, and they put Richard Allen in handcuffs.
Yeah, he was in handcuffs, and it's interesting to point out that
Richard Allen never admitted to anything. He's protecting his wife. He asks politely if his wife can leave the room. And he says, "Do you see what you have done to my wife? Do you see how upset she is, how stressed out she is? Do you understand what you have done to the love of my life, my fucking wife?" And the lieutenant's like, "Did you see what you did to those girls? I know you're guilty." Again, no, you don't know that he's guilty. I don't think there's enough here to prove that he is guilty. That pisses me off.
That there was a conference even before testimony started today, before the jury saw those videos, where the state and the defense, they had a sidebar conference with the judge to decide what the jury was going to be able to see, what they were not going to be able to see. They did not want the jury to see Richard Allen being led away in handcuffs. So they decided that they were going to stop the video. And they told the jury, this is a redacted video and we're going to stop it at certain points. I suppose from a defense standpoint, you never want them seeing your client being led away in handcuffs.
Right.
So that part was just explained to the jury rather than them seeing that.
I mean, and they didn't want the jury to see this video at all. You remember in April, they filed that motion to suppress this October 26th video, but obviously that didn't happen because here we saw,
Right.
most of it today. So,
Right. So again, Scott, I think very important for the jury to be able to see that interaction between Richard Allen and law enforcement, whether he seemed reasonable, whether he seemed nervous, whether he seemed agitated, whether, he changed his story. And certainly he never changed his story.
Vistaprint prints everything you need to get your
Abella says that children should be taught to defend and protect themselves from a young age at school in an age-appropriate way. I couldn't agree more, especially with the way the world is today. I think it's necessary.
During the entire time, over and over and over and over again, he said, I am not going to admit to something I didn't do, regardless of how much you're trying to get me to do that.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder how Richard Allen, as he's sitting there watching this interrogation video played for the entire courtroom, including the jury, how is Richard Allen responding to all that?
I mean, he was watching. I saw him a couple times consult with his attorney, whisper something to Andrew Baldwin. I was just watching it from the point of view of here's this man who looks very different than the guy in that video, right? Yeah. He's looking at himself 2 years earlier, a lot more weight on him in that video. He's got a full beard, long beard. He's dressed in all black. And today here we're looking at Richard Allen, significantly less weight on him, dressed in khakis, green colored shirt, I think it was today. So, I was just thinking about what it would be like to sit there and watch myself from 2 years ago in this situation. Like you say, you're putting yourself in his spot, you're putting yourself in their spot.
Right.
You're thinking about all the angles.
And during this whole time, we should point out that we were in our spot, sitting in the gallery in the courtroom, and furiously writing notes to try to get these quotes and to really try and capture what was being shown to the jury. So, Scott, it was interesting to watch the jury. I didn't get a chance to see the jury very much because I was writing notes furiously to try and write down what was said. But Kathy Allen was also sitting right in front of me. Right. I could see Richard Allen out of the corner of my eye, and they were watching the videos very closely.
Right, yeah. They were.
Let's go ahead and pivot now to the afternoon testimony. And that was all about the confessions that, and we were talking about earlier, do we call them confessions? Do we call them alleged confessions? We heard testimony today.
Alleged confessions. STL Cards says that if Richard Allen is found not guilty, I hope he leaves town. I never want to hear his name again, no doubt. Thank you for being here, and thank you for voicing your opinion. I appreciate you being here.
From lots of folks who said they heard Richard Allen confess while he was in prison. And so we're going to refer to them as confessions, and it's up to the jury to decide how much weight they're going to put on these statements and whether what the folks who testified today said was credible or not.
Yeah, and in some instances, they were testifying about hearing him talking to himself. And then other times when these corrections officers were these suicide companions sitting outside his door, and they're actually talking back and forth with Richard Allen, and they're engaging in conversation. And these suicide companions, they're called, we heard about this program, they're sitting outside documenting everything and writing it down in real time as he's saying this.
Right. All right, let's jump into that. We'll fill you in on the testimony from this afternoon. The first witness that we heard from this afternoon, former warden at the Westville Correctional Facility, John Gallipo, told the jury Richard Allen spoke to him several times while Allen was in a suicide watch cell there at the maximum security prison, one of the most secure facilities anywhere in the state of Indiana. He said one of the times that Allen spoke to him, Allen verbally confessed to the murders. He told Gallipo that he disposed of a box cutter in a dumpster that
At CVS.
At CVS, which is actually, we can kind of see it just down the street here from where we're sitting.
Where he was.
Okay. Let's talk about the box cutter. I don't know if you have ever worked in a store where you have to put stock up on the shelf. If you have, you would know that you use a box cutter to cut the boxes open, and then you take the stuff out of the box and stock the shelves. So right now, unless there's blood on it or something, the whole box cutter thing is not telling me anything, number one. And number two, how deep, if you're cutting a throat with a box cutter, how deep is the cut going to be? Is it going to be enough to do what was done? Would be my next question.
He worked.
Where he worked at the time. And another time, he said that Alan wrote him a note, and that note said, "I am ready to officially confess to killing Abby and Libby." And the note also said that he was looking forward to the opportunity to apologize to the victims' families. That note was shown to the jury in court. Then jurors heard from prison guards assigned to suicide watch outside Alan's.
Right. When you work, Eek says, I was a serial stalker at Walmart. I loved my box cutter. When you work in a store like that where you have to stock the shelves, that box cutter becomes your best friend. And just because he threw one away, he probably got a new one that was better. I don't think that's relevant unless there was blood or something on it.
Cell.
That wasn't
They told
his.
the jury they heard Alan make several more confessions. Corrections officer Michael Clements, he told the jury.
And again, it's just going to, not necessarily surface wounds, but I don't think it's enough to do what was done either.
What he
like
overheard Alan saying, he logged in his notes. The offender says, "God, I'm so glad no one gave up on me after I killed Abby and Libby." And he also said, "I, Richard Matthew Allen, killed Abby and Libby by myself. No one helped me." Another corrections officer, Michael Roberts, told the jury he heard Alan say, "I want to confess. I know a lot more." And he said, "Why are you doing this? Do you know God? Do you know why I'm here? I killed Abby and Libby."
Mm-hmm.
Those were the initial testimony that we heard today about the confessions. And it was interesting during that time to, again, watch the jury taking very close notes about what was being said, and to see at one point Richard Allen I saw sitting there, and he was just kind of shaking his head no.
Mm-hmm. We also heard about the conditions that he was living in. That was what came up on
cross-examination.
And the defense was trying to point out that he was living in terrible conditions in a situation where he wasn't even hadn't been adjudicated yet. He was not, he had been charged, but here he is in a prison with other people who have gone through the trial process and been found guilty, and this was not his reality. And yet here he is in solitary confinement on suicide watch. Safekeeping, I think, was the word that safekeeping order that John Gallipo referred to. But for the most part was by himself in a 12 by 8 cell.
So if he's on unaliving watch or safekeeping, he's going to be in the turtle suit or completely nude. No blankets, no sheets, no mattress, just nude in a cell with concrete floors that has a drain in the floor. I don't even know if he would have like a sink. He might have a sink, he might not, because if you're worried about somebody unaliving themselves, you're going to be thinking they could do something with the sink. Definitely no clothes, blankets, or anything like that. No mattress.
Right. Metal door, little window for the food. And this is when, the defense got into some of those details, some of the behaviors that he engaged in while he was in that prison. And the guards testified about Richard Allen drinking out of his toilet, Richard Allen smearing feces on himself, Richard Allen eating his own feces. And the defense asking them, do you think this is normal? And did you know that Richard Allen had a diagnosed mental illness when he came into the facility? We know that he has indicated that he has anxiety and depression. And the guards talked about not knowing that he had any kind of diagnosed mental illness. And many of them also testified that they believed that he was faking it,
Yes.
that he was acting out to get attention. One guard testified that you wouldn't see Richard Allen would be very nice and very calm and very polite. They all said that many of them said that he was very polite in his demeanor. One officer, corrections officer, described him as looking like a deer in headlights when he first came in.
Yeah.
But that, that his behavior would switch so quickly that led them to believe that he was faking some of this behavior.
Right.
And the defense really attacked that and basically said, don't you think it's possible to be in those kind of conditions and just lose it?
Right.
And lose it.
And I think one of the interesting things during cross-examination on pretty much all of these witnesses that Brad Rosie.
It's really sad to hear about his mental state in that facility.
The defense counsel kept asking over and over again. He said to these correction officers, even said to the ward, he said, so tell me, how much training do you have in mental health behaviors? And, several of them would say, well, we get a little bit of training, but most of them, acknowledge that we would not be able to really diagnose if someone truly had mental illness.
Right.
So it's one of the themes we're going to hear over and over again here over the next couple of weeks, especially once the defense starts to put on their side of this case, is hearing them talk about the fact that the conditions that Richard Allen was in, specifically at the Westville Correctional Facility, we heard the warden today say he was in he had better conditions in Westville than other inmates in the cell block.
Right.
Here's what you got to keep in mind. That is a maximum security facility for what's described as the worst of the worst offenders in the state of Indiana.
Right.
And what the defense is trying to point out is, yeah, he might have gotten a few extra visits with his family that maybe some other inmates didn't get. However, most inmates in pretrial detention are not sent off to the state's toughest maximum security facility. They're usually put in a local jail where they get much better, much different conditions than what Richard Allen had to endure during 13 months that he was essentially in solitary confinement.
Solitary, yeah.
So then you have to question, are they not doing this to break him down psychologically?
I mean, during this time, he's not in with the general population. He's in this whole separate wing with, as you say, the worst of the worst. And because he's on suicide watch, there's, I think, one cell for someone who could be, and each block has one cell, and it has a camera. So he is being monitored 24/7. That they pointed out that he had no privacy, not when he went to the bathroom, not when he talked. The only, I guess, bit of privacy he had was when he would be taken out to talk to his psychologist, Dr. Walla.
To meet in a
very confined cage, right? Yes. They called it a cage. And I mean, after you left, we heard from a few more prison guards who talked about some of his behavior, some of the things that he said to them. Officer Brandon Miller testified that Richard Allen told him he killed 2 girls from Delphi with a box cutter, that he stole it from CVS and left it in a CVS trash can. And
see, look at the look on his face. Even he's like, how was this done with a box cutter? Because there's no way that you could have done that much damage with a box cutter blade. I mean, you think about a razor blade and the box cutters, like, unless you had the blade all the way out, you're not going to sever the jugular. And even at that, it can't come all the way out of a box cutter. These are all my opinions and speculations, but I don't, it's not making sense to me.
And Officer Miller also testified that Richard Allen told him he wanted to rape the girls, but he got scared, panicked, and instead killed them. So we heard that from Officer Brandon Miller. We also heard some really graphic details from Officer Brandon Smith. In the middle of the night, Officer Smith testified that Richard Allen just kind of started talking to himself and said, "Kathy, I did it. I'm guilty. Run, Kathy, run. I did it. I killed those 2 little girls, so I have to kill myself now." And this same officer testified
just an hour later, Richard Allen stands up and he starts singing God Bless America. And then he testified that he walks over to the door and he's actually masturbating and singing Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys. And he's licking the window of the door. Then he's singing God Bless America again and running in place. And when Officer Smith is talking about this, I mean, there were several moments that were really uncomfortable.
Wow. This is a man that they have broken.
Obviously was one of them for a lot of folks. And obviously when they, Brad Rosie was on cross questioning some of these guards about him drinking toilet water and eating his own feces, you could see people kind of shifting. And the jury actually had, questions about that. Well, if somebody is doing that to themselves and smearing themselves with that, how long does it take you before you call a mental health professional to assist and step in?
So the things that you're describing, the things that the jury heard about today, those are things that we would have to think that jurors would be weighing. Is this a person who is in his right mind at the time that these confessions would be made? Or is this someone who is so mentally incapacitated that their behavior is irrational and you might not be able to trust or believe what that person is saying? So again, that is the direction the defense is moving to. We're going to hear a lot more about that on cross-exam and when the defense puts on their case coming up here in the coming weeks.
And you could tell the jury had a lot of questions. I mean, even after you left for Officer Clemens, they had several questions for him about, how does this work? What is the kind of training that you get in kind of mental health? How can you tell? One officer testified that he could tell from somebody's eyes that if somebody was lying or not. And Brad Rosie really went after him on that, saying, so you can look in somebody's eyes and tell. And he kind of, backed off on that. So, yeah. I mean, intense stuff.
I am so glad that we are tag teaming because
there's a lot, right?
There's a lot, and it allows, we still have our responsibilities for our newscasts at noon and at 4 and at 5. So it's great that at times when I'm not in there, you can be in there. At times you can't be in there, I'm in there. A lot of the time we're in there together. So I'm grateful that we are doing this together.
He's not ever going to be.
We still expect coming up. Again, the jury is going to actually hear Richard Allen's voice.
Jesus. So on day 11, we're going to hear the prison psychologist describes Richard Allen's alleged confessions. They broke him, in my opinion. They broke this man. Jeez Louise. Hold on. Oh, I can skip it. This is their little intro. All right.
This is the Delphi debrief here on WTHR Plus. Day 11 of the Delphi murders trial was a shocking one. A psychologist today testified about suspect Richard Allen confessing to killing Libby German and Abby Williams. In a moment, our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, will be in studio with me to break down what this means for the case. But first, let's get you right out to Delphi with senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker. They were in court today. Bob and Emily?
Scott, 2 days in a row now, we have heard testimony that's been all about Richard Allen's jailhouse confessions. Yesterday, we heard from 8 different prison staff members. They all testified about hearing confessions in one form or another. Those were pretty general confessions that we heard about. Today, by far, the testimony we heard today, the most damaging so far for Richard Allen out of all the testimony that we've heard over the last couple of weeks. And the testimony today, it came from the psychologist who saw Richard Allen just about every day that he was at Westville Correctional Facility for more than a year.
Right. And very specific. She had very specific testimony about the kind of confessions he made. Yesterday, the defense referred to generalized confessions that he made to these prison guards. Today, very specific wording.
Let's get you up to speed on the witnesses that we heard testimony from today. The first witness, the one that we've been referring to, Dr. Monica Walla, She was on the stand for more than 5 hours, and she's the prison psychologist who met with Allen throughout late 2022 and 2023 while he was at Westville.
Good morning,
We
Pinto.
also heard from
Good to
Steve
see you.
Mullen. It was his third time taking the witness stand during this trial. He was the Delphi police chief at the time of the murders, and he's now the lead investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. And then we heard from Brad Weber. He is a local Delphi resident who owns property very close to the murder scene. Really surprising testimony, or the way that we heard testimony from him today. We'll talk about that in a little bit. First, let's talk about Dr. Walla. She was the state's star witness today. She was on the stand for more than 5 hours testifying about her daily meetings with Richard Allen, serving in the role as his psychologist. She told jurors that last April, Allen told her during a one-on-one meeting, "I killed Abby and Libby, I'm sorry." But it was a month later, during another meeting, that Wallace says Allen not only confessed, but he gave details of the murders. Walla read from her clinical notes today, telling the jury what Allen told her. And she said, Allen went to his parents' house in the morning, bought a 6-pack of beer on the way home and drank 3 of those beers, and then bundled up and went out to the trails. That's where he saw Abby and Libby, and he followed them across the bridge. She said Allen told her that he did something with his gun at that point, which he thought might explain how a cartridge from the gun ended up at the crime scene. And she said Allen told her that he instructed Abby and Libby to go down the hill. The psychologist told the jury that Allen then said he planned on sexually assaulting Abby and Libby, but he saw a van and got scared, so he told the girls to cross the creek. And Wallace said that the defendant told her that that's where, in her words, cut their necks. That's what she said that Richard Allen told her, cut their necks, and made sure that they were dead, and then covered their bodies with branches and returned to his car, staying off the trail so that he would not be seen. So,
okay, now we're going to have to figure out if these things were out in the news when he confessed to this. If these things had been made public when he made these confessions.
Wallace said that that was one of multiple confessions that she heard from Richard Allen during his time at Westville, and that, again, there were multiple confessions. And it's interesting to point out that you might think that your conversations with a doctor or a psychologist would be private. And the defense team tried to exclude Dr. Walla's comments and her testimony from the trial.
Right.
The judge ruled that she could talk about her interactions, despite the fact that she was serving as his doctor,
Right.
because of a very specific Indiana law that when it comes to confessions or murders, that type of testimony is allowed.
Yeah, and she talked about writing those down with the.
I really wonder if that became a law before or after Richard Allen confessed.
With a pen on taking
her.
notes, and then actually going back each day and entering them into a system, and then she would shred her notes. And the defense really attacked that, the fact that she shred her notes and thought that that was not best practices. And she said that she did that, for security reasons and privacy reasons.
And it was interesting that when Dr. Walla was reading from her notes today, that evidence, that exhibit, was actually passed out to all the jurors so they could follow along in her notes as she was testifying. And one of those clinical notes that she read from actually was another confession involving a phone call that Richard Allen made to his wife while he was in prison. And Dr. Wallace said that Richard Allen requested that she actually stay.
How is it that you get the psychiatrist's notes on the patient to look at in court when he's on trial? Wow, for real? That's how we're doing this?
Stay with him so that she could hear him call his wife, Kathy. And I want to just share with you what she recalled from that. She said that he asked his wife if family loved him and would always love him. He had talked about the fact that he might have to live the rest of his life in prison. He mentioned the electric chair, and he stated, I killed Abby and Libby, at which point she said that she could hear Kathy Allen, Richard's wife, saying, stop saying that. And then he said, I didn't do everything that I said, but I did kill Abby and Libby.
Right.
So again, the jury got to hear what is really, I mean, once the jury hears those types of things, that's not something that you can unhear.
They cannot unhear it.
Yeah, I mean, very, very specific details that he provided. And again, this was multiple conversations that he had that Dr. Walla overheard.
And the state has been saying that, you know, that they would eventually, that he had provided details that only the killer would know. And I think.
Right, but my question is going to be now, like, okay, with the cops trying to get him to confess and they're so adamant, you know, I've seen interrogations where they'll say, like, is it possible that you went by the store and picked up some beer and were just walking along the trail and the beer made you feel some type of way, so maybe you went down there and did this and you were gonna assault them, but you decided not to, and maybe this happened, and could this have happened, and like lay out the story. And then later on down the road, he's like, yeah, that's what happened. That's what I did. And repeats the story he's already been told by the police. Like, is that not possible? Good morning, Cozy. Nice to see you here.
I think that we heard some of those details today, right?
Yeah, we did. And it's interesting, though, because in the interrogations with Richard Allen, we saw those videotapes earlier in the week. There were multiple details, obviously, details, some of which have come.
Zan says, the question I have is how long after Richard Allen had discussed his discovery with his lawyers did he make the confessions? That's a great point, because his mental state was all fudged up. So did he confess the things he saw in the discovery from his lawyers? Exactly. Great point.
Come out in the media. But there were also details that I think investigators shared with him saying, look, we have this information, we have this information from the crime scene. So it is still a little bit of a question mark about how many of the details that Richard Allen shared on that phone call at that point in time would be only details that the killer would know that weren't already shared with him.
And the defense made a point of talking about when he would receive the amount of discovery that he had received, the discovery information about the case, the probable cause, all of these details, and how thick that discovery file was, and then that they met with him. And it seemed to me anyway that they were kind of alluding that he might have had, you know, specific details about the crime because he had all of this discovery evidence to go through and look at.
That's a great point.
Is that how you took it?
Yes.
That's how I took it.
And that he got very agitated and that his
Okay, and if he's got the discovery and that's all he has in that cell where he's at, man doesn't even have any clothes if he's on unaliving watch, and he's losing his mind in there and he's looking at all this stuff, yeah, it's very possible that he confessed to a crime he didn't do, that he got from looking at the discovery.
Mental state declined after he got this huge amount of discovery material. So we would assume that a lot of that discovery material might also have some details.
Right.
Do want to talk about his state of mind, because that was a really big focus of today's testimony from Dr. Walla, trying to better understand, was Richard Allen, was he psychotic? Was he out of his mind at the time that he made these confessions, or was he not? And for me, it was very confusing because during as the state was asking Dr. Walla to read through her notes, they would ask her to focus on very specific sections that made him seem that he was in his right mind, that he was perfectly fine, versus the state pointing out,
the defense
the defense pointing out and asking her to read from portions of her clinical notes over 13 months where he was not.
Right.
Okay.
Where he had many concerns about the conditions that he was living in.
And let me give some examples of that. So when the state asked Dr. Walla, they pointed out certain parts in her notes. And she said that Richard Allen's confession was one of them, the main one that we told you about, where he gave a lot of details. She said it was concise and in chronological manner. At the time, his anxiety and depression seemed improved. At times, she said he does not present as psychotic. She said at certain points, it seemed like he was faking mental health problems, that he was remorseful, wanted to share his Bible with Abby and Libby's families and apologize to them. And at other times, she talked about things that he did that just then like contradicted the fact that he was in a good state of mind when he made these confessions. She said that at times, right around the time that he made the confessions, he was eating his own feces, rolling on the ground naked, banging his head on his cell so hard that he had 2 black eyes,
Right.
and they had to give him medication for psychosis against his will. They were so concerned about his mental state. And when they asked him why he ate his feces, he responded, because he was sane and didn't have water. And then when Dr. Walla told him that that didn't make sense,
He said,
his response was,
I know.
I know. So what to make of that? That's part of the testimony. And then when the state asked Dr. Walla to refer to very specific parts of her notes, Walla acknowledged that she had diagnosed him with a serious mental illness,
Right.
that he was a fragile man, she
Right.
said, that while he was in Westville prison, that he had an abrupt occurrence of psychotic behavior around the time of his confessions. She testified that she has thought more about the idea. She said that it seemed perhaps he was faking his mental illness, but since then, she's thought more about that.
And thought perhaps she was wrong on that, that he
Yes.
was not faking it.
Yes. So was he mentally ill? Now it's for the jury to decide. And at least for me, sitting in the courtroom today,
I don't know how you could think any of that is the act, how a sane person, would act.
I'm not sure where I come down on
No.
that. And that might be confusing for the jury as well.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
And we learned about the conditions too
Yes.
that he was living in. I mean, when the defense was asking her to read her, I think it was called the suicide notes, the notes that she took while he was on suicide watch, right?
Yes.
She noted, and the defense had her note about, that he was fighting ants and cockroaches for his food. Again, you talked about the 2 black eyes that he had been, banging his head, that other prisoners he had told her were calling him baby killer and telling him
Yes.
to kill himself. Therapy in a 3x3 area, kind of behind a cage. That's how the therapy was. And there was kind of a debate of whether he was shackled during that or whether they had taken his shackles off during that therapy. And he told her, the defense, talked about this, that he told her that he felt like he was being already treated like he was guilty. And at one point said that he didn't do this and would never be okay being in prison for something he didn't do.
And they pointed out again, he was
Great
under
point,
video surveillance 24/7. The whole time he was there, because he was under suicide watch. He was in a special cell where they could watch him, even when he was going to the bathroom. They talked about the fact that he couldn't fully turn the lights off in his cell at any point. They just talked about that, and the defense has been working the last couple of days and talking with the prison officials to try and establish for the jury that the conditions under which Richard Allen was living at Westville Correctional Facility would drive anybody crazy.
Right.
It seems to be the way that they're going and what they want the jury to believe.
And they also talked about the physical changes. They had Dr. Walla talk about the physical changes that she noted in Richard Allen, that at one point his eyes seemed to be bugging out of his head.
Bulging out of his head.
That's right.
Yes.
Bulging out of his head was one of the things that I took note of. And of course, you said the 2 black eyes from self-harm, that he was self-harming.
Yes. So, Scott, it was a fascinating day of testimony from Dr. Walla today. And again, I think it's going to leave a lot of questions for the jury, just as far as after hearing these really compelling confessions from a psychologist who testified that she heard these things and lots of details from Richard Allen. What's the jury going to actually make of whether or not he was mentally capable at the time? So that's really one of the big things that came out of the session today in court.
All right, Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you shortly. Want to bring in Katie Jackson Lindsay. She's our 13 News legal analyst during this case. Joins us in studio. Based on what Bob and Emily were discussing about Dr. Walla, the prison psychologist, and her testifying about these alleged confessions, what do you make of all that?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there, right? There's first the confessions in and of themselves. Are they credible confessions? Are these sort of coerced confessions, not in the normal sense where we normally see a person being interrogated so aggressively that they are coerced to say things that aren't true. But on the other hand, while he's not being interrogated, he is living in this squalor and these really, really challenging conditions. And so there's that just immediate thought of what is a jury to do with this, right? It's really hard as a defense attorney to have your client ever confessing to a crime. How can you convince a jury that your client didn't do something that he said that he did? But on the other hand, having been a deputy prosecutor, I would find these confessions equally challenging to present as concrete evidence of him confessing to the crime. And so just that part is difficult to unpack.
Right. And like going along with what she's saying, Eek says that's what I said. Cozy, I don't think I'd be satisfied if he was found guilty or innocent or not. Basically guilty or innocent, because I mean, what do you do with this? You know?
And then to hear the things that we've heard about this particular witness, to hear some things as it relates to her credibility. And we heard Bob talk about how she was inconsistent in some of her conclusions. On the one hand, she's saying that he's not necessarily psychotic, but she's also saying he's being treated for psychosis. She's saying that she doesn't think that he was mentally ill, but she diagnosed him with a mental illness. And now
I don't know how, again, like Abella said earlier, you're not going to eat your own poo and that not be a mental illness. Like you could pretend, but you would get sick and not be able to complete the task, to put it nicely. The fact that he was able to complete the task tells us that there's something going on there for sure. Norma says this is hard for any jury, and I couldn't agree more. I don't know. That is hard as a juror to try to navigate that.
Here live in person at trial, she's saying that she's starting to sort of rethink some of the things that she once thought. So I would agree with Bob.
Good
It has to be
question,
really
Cozy.
challenging for the jury to unpack this and reconcile some of these conflicts. And you don't usually see conflicts in evidence from experts. A conflict in conflict in the evidence from an eyewitness is normal. For example, we heard early on some differences in the testimony about what Bridge Guy looked like. Well, those are normal everyday people who are eyewitnesses, and that evidence has just been deemed unreliable across the board for decades.
Right.
But to hear this person who's an expert in her field delivering such information in a way that's so incohesive and hard to follow, I just don't really know what this did for either side.
Right.
But at the end of it all, they are still confessions, and that's really challenging evidence for the defense and really big gains for the state.
Think about what the jury has heard during these 11 days. So if you think back to when these girls were killed 7.5 years ago, so 2017, then Richard Allen, a couple of days later, calls the tip line saying, hey, I was on the trail, and they brought him in 5 years later. They basically wrote him off in a file saying that Richard Allen's been cleared. Then they discover the file. 5 years later, back in 2022, that's when he's first interviewed. So the jury is hearing and seeing videos of Richard Allen denying anything about this. And then, of course, now these confessions come out after he has been arrested and charged, and now he's in this prison. And as you mentioned, he again is deemed to be, not guilty, presumed innocent. He's in this prison, though, with people who've been convicted, right?
Exactly. And
the worst of the worst.
The worst of the worst. And I think it's really important to highlight this is not normal. I have handled dozens of homicide cases at this point. I've never had a client kept on pretrial detention in a maximum security prison.
Right.
Now, the circumstance is unusual for Richard Allen because there's a safekeeping order where they have to.
Zan says also, you know how in trial the witness will be asked, do you see that man in the courtroom? Please point him out. That didn't happen from any of the eyewitnesses who saw Bridge Guy. They never pointed at him. They never said, do you see that man in the courtroom? Point him out. That didn't happen, which is also really important to think about.
to keep him safe. And so arguably it's for his own safety to be kept here. But the conditions there are unbearable. I would argue that those conditions aren't appropriate for a convicted person,
Right.
Let alone a person who is innocent until proven guilty. We've heard that he was in that particular area for 13 months, over a year. We've heard that the lights are kept on all day. We've heard that he was facing scrutiny and bantering and all kinds of.
Right. That's going to drive anybody crazy. And like she said, it's not fit for somebody who's been convicted of a horrible crime, much less somebody that is still innocent until proven guilty. It's going to drive anybody crazy. And therefore you cannot take any of these confessions as concrete confessions, allegedly speculating.
Of insults from other inmates.
Right.
That is a lot to endure for any person, let alone a person who came in there in a fragile condition to begin with.
Right.
And so I would think that would cause deterioration for anyone. And then, as Emily and Bob noted, he's surrounded by his evidence.
Right. This discovery that they've been talking about, right?
Exactly.
And there's
yes.
maybe some information in there that he's seeing and all that, right?
Exactly. And you have to assume this far into the case, he had been shown photographs by his defense attorneys, because as a defense attorney, you have an obligation to share with your client all of the evidence that they're facing. And we talked a little bit previously about how jurors are processing seeing these crime scene photos.
It's got to be just so hard for them.
So hard for them,
Yeah.
right? And if you are Richard Allen and you truly didn't commit this crime, but you're being confronted with these photographs and being told that you caused this harm to these completely innocent girls and you really didn't do it, it would cause you to start to lose your mind. And so I think the jury has a really hard job of balancing all of that.
And nobody is believing him. Like, the cops are trying to convict him and get him to confess to things he allegedly didn't do. Yeah, it's going to drive anybody to the brink of sanity or insanity. I dropped the StreamYard link if anybody feels like they want to come up today.
And figuring out the truth.
We're going to be talking more with Kitty Jackson Lindsay in a moment, but Bob and Emily want to bring you back in.
Oh, sorry.
The defense spent a large part of today attacking the credibility of this prison psychologist, Dr. Waller, right?
Last year, North Carolina passed.
Yeah, I don't know how on one hand you're saying that he's faking it, and on the other hand you're shooting him up with Halidol.
Yeah, Scott, it wasn't just that they had questions kind of about some of her inconsistent testimony, but they had an opportunity to bring up some of the things that we first heard about in late July when she testified during a pretrial hearing at that point. And there were some bombshells that came out at that point that were hard to believe and hard to imagine. And the jury got to hear those today.
Yeah, we knew. I mean, she testified this summer in those pretrial hearings and today that she was a true crime enthusiast.
Yes.
She told her supervisors that. She said that they were fine with that. And she says today that she told her supervisors that she had had an interest in this case even before she started treating Richard Allen.
Whoa. Read this. So the psychologist that's saying that on one hand he's crazy and on one hand he's not, and shooting him up with Haldol, is a true crime fan. She visited the crime scene by herself just to see it. She listens to Delphi podcasts and watches videos on YouTube, more than likely. She told Allen about public feedback. She told Allen basically what the podcast and the videos are saying about him, and she has access to Department of Correction prisoner info. Are we kidding here? You couldn't find anybody else that does not do all of these things. The Delphi podcast, half of them say he's guilty and half of them say he's innocent. What if she's listening to all the ones that say he's guilty? Like, are you freaking kidding me? For real? That's as bad as the Odinism guy getting a tattoo on his face. Wow, y'all. And they expect us, none of the public, to think that it's too far out of the realm of possibility to think that the police have some kind of Odinism cult and are involved. That's just crazy, right? But all this is going on. Okay. Got it.
Allen, even before he got to Westville. Also, that this is before she treated Richard Allen. visited the bridge.
Yep. Let's pull up a graphic here. I want to show our viewers exactly the things that she told the jury today. During cross-examination, Dr. Walla told the jury, like Emily just mentioned, that she's a huge fan of true crime and she's followed the Delphi case for years. She even visited the crime scene with her boyfriend and said she frequently listens to podcasts and YouTube videos discussing the murders and Richard Allen. And she admitted to the jury that she talked about those videos with Allen while he was her patient and told him what people were saying about him as she is treating him. And she also admitted her fascination with the case led her to improperly access case information about other prison inmates rumored to have possible connections to the Delphi murders, something that is strictly against department rules.
Wow. I hope she was fired. Like, is she still working there after she's pulling people's information that were rumored to have ties to the case and not even supposed to do that? Good morning, Nolly. Thank you for being here.
So this was, again, the defense's effort to highlight some professional lapses and to question really her decision making and to impeach this witness before the jury.
Yeah, I mean, at one point she testified that she told Richard Allen, "Look, you have supporters out there online." And as I'm reading some of these comments, and we also know that she was recommending to some people online some podcasts that they should listen to, that were the good podcasts to listen to on Delphi, where, you know, I think she talked about one podcast doesn't get too emotional. It's just pretty factual. And so listen to this podcast or that podcast. But we know, and she didn't talk about what information she accessed.
Abellis, thank you so much for gifting 5 allegedly speculating memberships. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. If you guys were gifted a membership, please make sure to tell her thank you. Thank you, Abellis. That was so sweet. Thank you.
On those DOC computers today. She didn't go into details, but this summer she certainly did during those pretrial hearings. We know that she accessed the file of a guy named Keegan Klein. And we know from, you know, past investigations and things that, you know, probable cause affidavits that Keegan Klein had actually been talking to Libby German the night before the girls were murdered online and kind of planning to potentially meet her.
And is that going to be brought up
at the bridge the next day? And we also know that law enforcement.
Thank you again, Abellis. That was super sweet. Thank you.
Looked at him as a legitimate suspect initially, and they, you know, a couple years into this, put out a call to us, to the media, and to the public, if anybody had contact with a social media profile.
Hopefully they got
Anthony _shots, and that was the social media profile that Keegan Klein was using to meet underage girls online and get them to send him pictures. And so when police looked at Keegan Klein, ultimately he ended up having an alibi for the day of the murders not being in Delphi, but they found all this other stuff on all of his devices, which is why he's in prison now after being convicted by, you know, to lots of possession of child porn. So she was looking up information on Keegan Klein while she's at work on those DOC computers. And she talked about that this summer.
And did you see?
Wow, that's interesting that it was specifically Keegan Klein. Anders says, I say like Superintendent Douglas Carter, you want to know what we know, and one day you will. I hope one day we will. And welcome, Anders. Thank you for being here.
The jury and how they reacted to some of that testimony.
Actually, I wasn't looking at them. I might have been at that point, you know, so tell me, because I'm curious.
At least one juror, when she was explaining, you know, some of these things and kind of her role, her interest in this case as she was treating Richard Allen in prison, one of the jurors looked, I mean, her mouth was like, I mean, like, whoa. I mean, so is there a conflict of interest here? Certainly the defense pointed out that some of the things, accessing the computer, continuing to follow all these things and to share information with Richard Allen about what's being said in the public, it's at a minimum, it's not a good look. And on the other end of the spectrum, you know, there's some professional norms that you don't violate that they brought up that
credibility is definitely a question.
it appeared that she did.
Yeah, I mean, she said she was able to compartmentalize it all, but I think the jury had questions in the end.
Including the question of whether or not she informed her supervisors that she had done all these things. Right. And her testimony varied back and forth whether she did or whether she didn't. But we might hear more about that coming up.
And we also learned at one point that she's no longer employed by the third party that
thank God
the DOC had contracted with that she would work through. So we know that as well.
So testimony then shifted. After Dr. Walla, we heard again from Steve Mullen, former Delphi police chief, and his testimony was interesting today. I don't think it was like earth-shattering testimony what he had to say, but why he shared that testimony was super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely speaks to the fact that the jury is, has paid attention and asked some good questions, and the state thinks that they've asked good questions. Earlier in the week, the jury had a question if investigators had looked at the time of the murders at all of the Ford Focuses, 2016 black Ford Focuses that were registered in Carroll County at the time of the murders.
Which is the kind of car.
Which is the kind of car that is on video, the Hoosier Harvest Store video. They say that on that video, that is Richard Allen's 2016 black Ford Focus SE driving, and they've taken still shots of it, right? And in it, you can't see the license plate.
You can't see who's in the car.
You can't see who's in the car. You can't see the marking SE, right? But you see the silhouette that they say resembles that
car
that car
he said he was driving.
Correct, right. So Mullins was back on the stand to answer that question from the jury.
Directly from jurors.
Like he went to the BMV and consulted the BMV and got information about those records in 2016 and 2017 in Carroll County and surrounding counties for the 2016 black Ford Focuses, right? And he found 18 entries of 2016 black Ford Focuses in 2016 and 2017, both in Carroll County and surrounding counties. Then he drilled down a little more. 8 of those black Ford Focuses were SE models. Then he drilled down farther and testifying in Carroll County, only one person had that vehicle at that time, a black Ford Focus SE model registered in their name, Richard Allen.
Interesting.
And
so
I'm going to take just 1 minute to explain why your contribution.
So, I mean, we know Richard Allen was there. He put himself there on that day. So I don't think that that's groundbreaking discovery that it was his car because he said he was there that day.
One of the neat things here in Indiana, the jury in real time can ask questions of witnesses. They write the questions down on a piece of paper. At the end of a witness's testimony, they can pass those pieces of paper to the judge. And as long as those questions are not out of bounds, then the judge asked the witness direct, specific questions from the jurors. It was really neat to see how this played out today. And the fact that not only did they ask a question a few days ago, but the state thought the question was so relevant and important, they wanted to answer it. They did research
and they did.
And put their witness back on the stand today to answer that question.
And then the defense attacked that, and they said, "Look, there was other information." Well, first they said, "Do you track all of the people that drive into Carroll County from all the counties that might be, driving Ford Focuses? Do you track who drives here?" And they pointed out in the video that you can't see the SE. Right on that thing, and that you can't see the license plate, and you can't really see who's driving the thing. They definitely pointed that out. And then Jennifer Auger pointed out from 2011 to 2017, there were other Ford Focus models, not just the SE. There were other Ford Focuses that were similar to that SE model. It got very, very specific. And she brought out another list, 65 black Ford Focuses with similar body types to the SE that were registered in Carroll County and surrounding counties during that time. And then the jury, they came back with another question. I mean, they pay attention, and they really pay attention. And they asked about the rims on the Ford Focus
that you could see through.
You can see daylight through. Like they've been described as spokes almost, that you can see daylight through these rims. And they wanted to know if there were other models beyond the SE of Ford Focuses that had the option for those kind of rims, to have those kind of rims on those other models. And Mullins didn't know that. He didn't know that, but he did know that those kind of rims were available for that SE model.
It boggles my mind when you think about, again, we've heard from 39 different witnesses.
But you can't tell me if that was on Richard Allen's car or not. Like, come on. Or if it was on the car that was there that day.
So far,
right?
Each of them sharing all these little tiny details, and you just kind of wonder, what is it going to be? Is it going to be
Wow.
one of those tiny details
That's
that's going to
interesting,
stick
Dan.
out in a juror's mind that could either create some type of reasonable doubt, or that is going to convince them that Richard Allen actually committed these crimes? So many details are
Right.
trying to keep track of.
So many.
Let's pivot now to
Yes.
the last witness of the
Man.
day. And I'm interested to hear you share the story,
Yeah.
because I had ducked out of the courtroom
Right.
to be able to do my live shots for earlier in the day. You got to hear this last witness.
I
and
did.
You said it was extraordinary testimony.
It was. Well, first I want to bring up a map to kind of orient us, this a map that we've done some markings on, so that people can kind of understand. Okay, so we're looking at this map of Delphi near the crime scene. That yellow X is roughly where the crime scene is. And then if you look down and to the right, there's a red circle, and that's where a guy named Brad Weber lives. And if you can see, there's a white line there, that's 625 West. That leads to Brad Weber's house. His house is at the end of a private drive. You can also see in that green area there where the Monon High Bridge is located, where the girls were taken off the bridge on the south end. And then you also see, if you can see, Deer Creek, another white line, it runs under that bridge. And at the top of this drawing, if you can see, the Delphi Cemetery, and that's where investigators came down that day on February 14th and discovered the girls' bodies. They came down through the cemetery to that, approximately to that yellow X.
So again, we were pointing out,
Yes.
is like, what's important right now is that red that red circle represents
where Brad Weber lives.
Where Brad Weber lives. The X in yellow right there, that is where the bodies of Abby and Libby were recovered.
Right.
And just where you see where it says Monon High Bridge that we're looking at there, that is the bridge that extends from that spot down closer to that little access road, that driveway, so to speak,
Right.
that Brad would take back and forth to his house.
Right. Okay. And the reason why I wanted to show you this, we wanted to show you this, was to kind of orient you to what you're going to hear next. So Brad Weber, the last witness of the day, as we showed you, he lives across the creek from where the girls' bodies were found, lives at the end of that private drive near the bridge. Okay, so he testified, the state brought him in today, and he testified that...
Okay, Eek, I hope you have a good lunch. I just want to take a second and remind you to hit the thumbs up so we get out in the algorithm and more people can see us. And thank you all for being here.
On the day that the girls went missing, February 13th, he clocked out of work at 2:30 p.m. that day. He works at the Subaru plant, and he clocked out at 2:30 and he drove home. And he said that drive takes about 25 minutes. And Weber says he was driving his van, and they showed him a picture. The state showed him a picture. It said, "Is this your van?" It was a white van. Here's where it got really interesting. On cross-examination, Andrew Baldwin said to Weber, quote, "You did not drive straight home from work on February 13th. And Weber said, "That's not correct." And he was pretty emphatic. And then Baldwin said, quote, "You told law enforcement on February 17th or 18th, you went and worked on your ATM machines." And Weber replied, "I said I dropped off a trailer." And Baldwin said, "That was earlier in the day. You went and worked on your ATM machines." And this is the point where Brad Weber shouted in that courtroom, "That is not correct. No." I mean,
wow. So this person is sounding a little guilty AF.
He shouted it. And Andrew Baldwin then handed him a piece of paper, and everyone was trying to figure out, what is going on? What just happened here? This man is yelling. Baldwin hands him this piece of paper. Turns out it was a subpoena. We didn't see what that subpoena is about, but we assume it's maybe to come back and testify for the defense. The jury was looking stunned. They were all looking at each other. Some people had their mouths kind of hanging open. And we know that Weber is significant for the state because he lives near where the girls' bodies were found. The defense, though, if you remember, has said that Weber's gun, they tested Weber's gun, and the test, to see if it matched that cartridge found
I
at the
think
crime
so
scene,
too,
and that
Pinto.
the test results were inconclusive. And the defense has brought that up earlier in the week, that those tests.
So it could possibly be his pew pew that left the bullet there, and he's on the stand shouting that he didn't admit to something that he did admit to in interrogations in the beginning.
Were inconclusive. And the defense has also said, and you never searched Brad Weber's property that day. He has some outbuildings behind his property. And the defense made a point of saying that to investigators. And of course, that white van, we know Dr. Walla testified today that when Richard Allen, confessed to these killings, he said that he saw this van right before he was going to rape Abby and Libby. He panicked, took them across the creek, and killed them. So a lot going on here, but it was a moment, I can tell you. And then Brad Weber kind of, he grabbed the paper and he kind of just got out of that courtroom pretty quickly. And then we were all held in. We didn't get out as soon. I think they were kind of waiting for him to.
So if we know the next door neighbor's driveway goes down by the Monon High Bridge and he drives a white van, and Richard Allen's saying that he saw the white van and that's why he was unable to SA the girls, that's not good. That's kind of damning, considering the location of the driveway and that the neighbor drives a white van. But I think that this guy that's with the white van is the one that sounded guilty to me.
To get out of there.
He was very agitated.
He was agitated. Very.
Oh, Abella,
so we've
yes,
heard
good question.
Some testy exchange.
Abella said, did Richard Allen have any cuts on his hands? Knives used in murder also often leave signs on the hands. I'm not sure, but that's a good question.
Changes in court, but for the most part, things fairly respectful. It sounds, Scott, today, some emotions are boiling over, and some witnesses are getting pretty frustrated. And based on the fact that a subpoena has been served, that very well could be for him to return when the state presents his case. So, Scott, we might be seeing this witness again.
And I was trying to figure out, what do you mean working on your ATM machines? What is this? And one of the folks that we share office space with here, one of the Dateline producers, was talking to some residents and kind of digging into that. What is that? And she was told and shared with us that Brad Weber works on ATM machines. He repairs them in town. So that was that explanation.
Okay, Cozy, thank you for stopping in.
Scott,
I really
we're going to send it
appreciate
back to you. We'd love to hear Katie's thoughts on some of those exchanges that took place in court today.
All right, Bob and Emily, we'll get back to you shortly. So let's bring Katie Jackson Lindsay back in. What do you think about the exchange that Brad Weber and the defense team had about the evidence and talking about his timeline from leaving work back to his house and this idea of, no, you were with the ATM machines. No, I told you I dropped off a trailer. What do you make about that?
Well, right now it's sort of mysterious and curious, right? I think it's the defense's way of starting to introduce some alternative theories about what happened. We don't know why that's relevant right now, but it's also not their case in chief. And we keep hearing that.
Other Mona says, why is there 2 cute Halloween emojis on the thumbnail along with the picture of these poor murdered girls? Very distasteful. Seriously. I'm sorry you feel that way. The reason they're there is because today is the day after Halloween. And so what I was stating in my, if you read the title of the video, it states that it's going to be a relaxed stream because it's the day after Halloween and most of us are mothers here and we took our children out. So that's what it means. It's a very relaxed stream because it's the day after Halloween, which is what my title says. And we're going to talk about what's been going on in the Delphi trial. And we're also going to go over things that have been happening in crime news. I'm sorry you feel that way though. That's just how I did it. And if you'd have read the title, I think you would have grasped that that's why I did that.
That objection where the state objects to asking questions that are outside of the scope of their direct exam. And so they have to work within these fine lines of the direct exam, and they can't really develop why they're asking those questions. So when we hear that he was handed a piece of paper and stormed out of the courtroom, it most likely was a subpoena. to come back during the defense's case in chief. I think it's also pretty powerful evidence for the state, because what we heard was that Mr. Weber was getting accused of something that he didn't do in the context of this heinous murder of these two innocent girls, and he reacted. And that's the state's witness. But the state wants the jury to believe that when Richard Allen reacts in this furious way, when he's accused of something that he's saying he didn't do, that means he must be guilty. And so even though at this moment we cannot tie up why that piece of evidence is relevant, it certainly is significant, just the entire scenario in and of itself.
Okay, the piece of evidence that you're talking about is what?
The piece of evidence is where Brad Weber was, why is that relevant at this moment? We don't know that.
Right.
We don't know the significance of whether he was working on an ATM machine or just on his way home. It's Richard Allen that's on trial, right? So why is that important at this moment? We don't know.
The other thing that was interesting when we heard Bob and Emily describe, this Brad Weber's timing, is the fact that the defense was able to figure out that unspent bullet, the one that had been cycled through a Richard Allen gun that was found at his house, was inconclusive. Did this bullet cartridge actually come from Brad Weber's gun? Isn't that sort of what they were sort of angling there?
Absolutely. And that's super significant, because inconclusive in the world of forensic science, inconclusive means they can't say either way. So they can't.
Right. So they're inconclusive about whether the bullet came from Richard Allen's gun or the neighbor's gun. And the neighbor was sus too. So, and he drove a van. The driveway went down there to where they said that the girls walked down to, like they could have been walking down to the driveway, got in the van. Have we tested the van for forensics that this person drives? Because this guy is looking sus as well. Why haven't we went down this avenue before?
Can't say that it did come from Brad Weber's gun, but they certainly can't say that it didn't. And so again, that's reasonable doubt, right? Back to that instruction, if there are two reasonable interpretations of the evidence, you have to go with the one consistent with Richard Allen's innocence. And so now the jury has heard that it's possible that it was Brad Weber's bullet from his gun, right?
Right.
But on the other hand, the state has said, no, we can conclusively tie it to Richard Allen. So those two things don't work well together for the state.
All right, let's get back out to Bob and Emily. We also saw this new motion.
No, we cannot forget that it's about these girls. And I hope that we get justice for them. But I want it to be justice for them. I want it to be the right person who did these horrendous things, because whoever did this to these babies needs to pay.
Motion filed today. Tell us about that.
Have you ever run a background check on yourself? Oh, that's so crazy. What else is on here? The moment of truth.
Yeah, 10 pages, this motion. The accused's second motion to admit evidence of Odinism, Norse paganism, and ritualistic killings. We've known from the beginning that the defense wants to be able to present to the jury an alternate theory that the girls were killed in some kind of ritualistic killing. And they also want to present some third-party suspects, people that they say that police talked to that they believe were involved in this. Now, they've presented a couple motions on this, and those pretrial hearings, they had a expert testify that, yes, she believed that this was a ritualistic killing, that the sticks laid on the girls' bodies were symbols, the marking on the tree, that was a symbol. The judge denied it. Obviously, we haven't heard anything about Odinism so far in this trial, and we haven't seen any third-party suspects. But what this second motion is about today is they say the testimony of witnesses that we've had so far in the past couple weeks, that they've kind of opened a door to them being allowed to present an alternative theory. And here's just a couple quick points that they said that opens the door. We had the pathologist, Dr. Kaur, testify about the autopsies, right? And that testimony involved that the girls were killed with either knives that were serrated instruments or non-serrated, providing the possibility, says the defense, that more than one person could have done this and killed the girls. And also they say that their expert has testified that knives are a part of ritualistic killings and involved with Norse paganism. They also say the prosecution this week admitted photos, or last week, of sticks on the girls' bodies. And they say that they deserve the chance to be able to present an alternative theory as to why those sticks were there, not just concealment, not just an
right. And you need to present all the evidence so that the jury has all the evidence to make the informed decision. I hope they get to admit it. I really do.
undoing, as Jerry Holman testified. He said that he thought it was either someone was trying to conceal the girls' bodies or it was an undoing. And an undoing, from research and looking into it, is when a killer, kills someone and then they try and undo it in some way and give some kind of respect to the victims. And the defense is saying, look, there was no respect to those victims at the crime scene. So they want a chance to present an alternative theory that those sticks were placed on the girls in symbols. And then the third point they make is that Jerry Holman has testified that only one person is involved, and that in his experience, if more than one person is involved in a crime, usually somebody is talking and saying something to someone. And the defense is saying, look, Jerry Holman knows that investigators throughout this investigation talked to other people who made statements to relatives and such that they have deposed, that they were somehow involved in this. So the defense
also, if we're going with what they said, that bridge guy's lips were not moving, and we heard somebody say down the hill, that again proves that somebody else was there. And those sticks were not placed to dignify the bodies by covering them up. They were placed there in a specific manner to resemble symbols. Like if you were trying to cover up the bodies, you would have picked up leaves and other more sticks if you were trying to conceal the bodies or give them dignity, not place them in a manner to resemble ruins.
Wants a chance to present this alternative theory and to the jury, and we know that the judge has said that, look, and the state has said that will just confuse the jury, that they would hear alternate theories and third-party suspects. Let's deal with this right now. But the defense now saying the testimony that we've had so far opens the door for them to be able to say, no, this is our theory, and here is why, and here are those third-party suspects.
And that alternate theory would be really a main cornerstone of the defense and what they want to offer to the jury. And we should point out that this trial testimony is scheduled for 25 days. Tomorrow is going to be day 12, which would be right around the midpoint. And what we're hearing is the state could rest its case as early as tomorrow. We expect that they might have 1-2 more days of witnesses and testimony at the most. Tomorrow, we are expecting to hear what...
All right. Tomorrow is today because I have the last video now. So let's see what the last video so far on the trial from the news channel states. Day 12. Jury hears jailhouse. Hold on. Confessions. Hey, Patriot!
This is Michelle Morrow. She went to...
Jury hears jailhouse confessions Richard Allen made to his wife. And this was day 12, which was yesterday. Let me let them get through their little intro here. All right.
This is the Delphi Debrief here on WTHR Plus. Day 12 of the Delphi murders trial brought us recorded jailhouse calls between Richard Allen and his family. Now, in those calls, alleged confessions to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German. Our legal expert, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, will join me in a moment to analyze the new evidence. But first, let's get right out to Delphi tonight with our senior investigative reporter, Bob Siegel, and Emily Longnecker. Both of them were in court today as the state rested its case. Bob and Emily?
Scott, the state rested its case today on day 12 of testimony, but it certainly ended strong, saving its most powerful testimony for the very end, right? And just imagine being a juror, hearing someone say that he killed 2 girls and hearing that in his own voice and his own words.
100%.
It's a really powerful thing to hear, and that's exactly what jurors got to hear today.
Yeah, to hear his voice, both talking with his mother, talking with his wife, and they listened.
Yeah.
Anderson, someone could have also placed those branches in a ruined position to point to Odinism to send cops on a wild goose chase. That's very true.
They certainly did. So let's get you up to speed here on who the witnesses were today. We started the day with Brian Harshman, and he was on the witness stand for most of the day. He is an Indiana State Police Master Sergeant assigned to monitor Richard Allen's phone calls. He was the 40th and final witness for the state. And then we got the first two defense witnesses after the state rested its case. We heard from Cheyenne Mill. She's a Carroll County resident who was at the bridge on the day of the murders. And then we heard from Teresa Liebert. She is a Delphi resident who owns property right across from the crime scene. So most of the day today, day 12, it focused on Brian Harshman's testimony. He told jurors that he spent hundreds of hours monitoring all 700 plus of Richard Allen's jailhouse phone calls over the past 2 years.
Wow. That is crazy. Abellis, we sure do have sore necks from shaking our heads.
He and the prosecutor chose 7 of those calls to play for the jury, and the phone calls were from his wife and were to Richard Allen's wife, Kathy, and to his mother.
Okay, Zan, thank you for listening. We're going to listen to this day and then see what's in the news for today as far as true crime stuff. And then that'll be it for me today as well. I'm not feeling too good, so I'm going to rest after we get done here.
Janice. And it was interesting how it was kind of set up in court for the jury to get to listen to them.
Right. And we were supposed to hear, 7 calls in the morning, but there were some technical difficulties.
Yes.
So we did not hear that call to his mother until the afternoon, until they came back.
Right. And the judge allowed the jurors to get a transcript of each phone call, but it was the transcripts were not entered as evidence. And the judge wanted to make it very clear every time one of these jailhouse phone calls was played in court, she told the jury, the transcript that you're going to look at, that's just to help you follow along. The transcript is not the evidence.
Right.
It is the actual phone call that is the evidence. And a lot of the information, it's called publishing to the jury.
Right.
When exhibits are given to the jury, they get to keep them, put them in their folder that they can refer to later. That was not the case with these phone calls. They were instructed that it was the the audio of these phone calls that they were supposed to be listening to. So one of the first phone calls that we heard was on April 2nd of last year. Richard Allen made a phone call to his mother, and he told her in that phone call that he had recently accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. He got very emotional. He started crying. He had mentioned to his mom that his wife, Kathy, had sent him a Bible and that Bible had saved his life. It was the very next day that the confession started. And we want to read you some of those transcripts that we recorded while we were in court as best as we could. On April 3rd, Richard Allen made a call to his wife, Kathy. And partway through that call, he says, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. His wife said, no, you didn't. He said, I did. Kathy said, no, you didn't. Richard said, yes, I did. Later in the call, she says again, no, you didn't. Why would you say that? And Richard Allen said, what if I did? I think I did. Kathy tells her husband, they're screwing with you. They're messing with your mind. Richard said, I think I did. Kathy says, no, you didn't. Why would you say that? And Richard says, because I think I did. May 10th, about 5 weeks.
He's saying, I think I did. Again, when we take his mental state into consideration, he thinks that his poo is also food. I mean, come on now.
Weeks later, another call to his wife, Kathy. And on that call, Richard tells his wife, I think I've lost my mind. Kathy says, we've all lost our minds at this point. Let's not talk about anything we don't need to. Richard says, I need to tell you something anyway. His wife says, are you sure you want to talk to me over the phone? Richard says, I think I need to. Over the course of the conversation, they exchange the following statements. He says, I need you to know that I did this. Kathy says, what? No, there's no way. She later tells him, you're not well, so you don't need to say you did something you didn't do. And moments later, he says, I have to let you know I did it. Later that same day, March 10th, another phone call. He called his wife. The phone call started, with Richard saying, honey, she says, yes. He said, I may have to spend the rest of my life here. And Kathy starts crying at that point. Richard said, I don't understand. I just got to know everyone is still going to love me. And he later says, it's true, honey. She says, no, it's not. He said, it's true, honey. She says, no. He said, I just hope you can still love me. If I get the electric chair, and she interrupts and she says, no, and she starts crying, he says, will you be there for me? Kathy begins crying louder at that point, and Richard later says again, it's okay, honey. I did it. I did it, baby.
This is, I mean, I don't know. I'm taking it like he's not mentally well, he's eating his poo and he's being mentally tortured there. Why I don't think we can take these into consideration or as pertinent evidence, as legitimate would be the right word.
So extremely powerful things that the jury heard, and there was silence in the courtroom after these calls were played, and there was another call that came later after the lunch break. It was a call to his mother Janice, and to me that call might have been the most compelling one that we heard.
When you're speaking to your mother and your mother telling you, I think the most compelling part for me is when she's saying, we love you no matter what. I'll always love you. Nothing can change that. But we're going to read how this call went down. And one of the calls, Alan's mom started by saying, it's good to hear your voice. And Richard Allen replies, so did Kathy tell you I did it? His mom, Janice, replies, we're not going to discuss this, okay? We love you. You know that, don't you? And Richard says, regardless? And she says, yeah. And then later in the conversation, Richard Allen says, I'm just worried you guys aren't going to love me because I said I did it. And his mom says, look, you're not in a good place. And then she says, we'll always love you no matter what. After that, Allen again says, I did it. And then his mom replies, Rick, don't talk like this. I think they're just messing with you. And after a pause, Richard tells his mom, I love you. And she replies, I just know you don't have it in you to do something like this. And he says, Mom, why would I tell you I did it if I didn't?
And that very last statement, that is the statement that to me was perhaps the most telling, because so much of this comes
But again, I mean, also, why would he eat at his poo if he is mentally stable enough to admit to a crime?
Down to Richard Allen's mental state during the time that these calls were made, and his mom saying, you know, look, honey, I know you don't have it in you. You couldn't do something like this. And the fact that he stops and he points out to her, wait a second, why would I tell you I did it if I didn't actually do it? To me was a moment that went to his mental state.
That, and I was also listening to her voice during it. She tried to stay very upbeat, and I was trying to put myself in her shoes, being a mother and listening to your child tell you this, right? And she's saying, you know, we'll love you no matter what. And her tone stayed upbeat through that.
Yes.
His, you know, not so much.
Let's talk about his demeanor on those calls. When I listened to those calls, I heard Richard Allen in there who was relatively calm and relaxed. Very early on, some of the calls he was crying, he was emotional, but during the calls, most of the calls to his wife Kathy and to his mom, he seemed reasoned and calm. He wasn't overly emotional. It was more matter of fact what he was saying to her. And again, this really comes into the demeanor, because during the calls, you know, Harshman, he was asked to talk about the demeanor, and he described Richard Allen's demeanor as calm and subdued and solemn. And then there was a point where prosecutor Nick McLeland asked Harshman, he said, look, you have listened to this guy's voice as much as anybody over the last couple of years, listening to these phone calls over and over and over again, 700 phone calls. He said hundreds of hours that he's listened to those. And he said, so you know this guy's voice. And he said, I want you to watch this video. And
Right?
they
Abellis
played
and
the
Pinto?
video, the bridge guy video that's now famous, the video that Libby German recorded of Abby on the bridge. And then behind Abby, you can see this, what appears to be a man in a blue jacket and some kind of hat, known as bridge guy, following behind. And then they isolated in on that image. They enhanced all the audio so that the jury could again hear this voice saying, down the hill. And at that point, the prosecutor looked at Harshman and he said, do you recognize that voice? And the Indiana State Police trooper said, I do. And he said, tell me, whose voice do you think that is? And here's the quote that we got from him. He looked at that point, Harshman looked right at the defendant and he said, it's the voice of Richard Allen. Mm-hmm. And that was one of the first times that we've heard anyone other than just, saying, do you recognize, like the guards, they would say, do you recognize Richard Allen? Is he in this courtroom? And they would point to him. But this was the first time that someone directly was asked, do you recognize a voice or an image of Richard Allen, the person who was on that bridge? And
I think they should have let the jury make that decision, not a cop who could possibly be biased.
Pointed him out.
Harshman pointed right at Richard Allen and said that that's him.
That's his voice.
The state of mind is going to come into a big, that discussion will be key for the jury. Want to talk about a legal dispute that happened even before the jury was brought in and even before the jury got to hear these phone calls. And
Abella says bridge guy looks exactly like millions of 45 to 60 something year old men. Did his family recognize his voice? Right. We've heard that clip for years and nobody recognized it. I think they should have played it for the jury and then if you're going to go down that road as the prosecution, maybe play the clip from the bridge guy and then the clip from a clip of him speaking from one of the jail phone calls and let them make that decision themselves, in my opinion.
Before the phone calls were played, the defense team asked the judge to do something, which was, at the time, it seemed interesting. They said, look, we know that the state is going to play two specific audio clips of these confessions from a specific day. And that was April 2nd. And they were two of the phone calls that you heard that we talked about with his wife, Kathy, that were played for the jury. And the defense pointed out that there was a phone call made earlier that day, a third phone call. And they said this phone call actually is a phone call where Richard Allen, he says that he's losing his mind. He professes his innocence,
right.
Says that he had been tortured. And they said, look, if you're going to play those two calls, in order for the jury to get a context, you really need to play that first call. And they asked the judge to require the prosecutor that if they were going to play those two calls, that they also play the third one so that the jury could hear Richard Allen that day just before. They referred to something called Rule of Evidence 106.
Completeness doctrine.
Known as the completeness doctrine, exactly, to say, look, we're required when presenting evidence, you can't take things out of context. And you need to be able to present to the jury the whole picture. You can't leave something out.
Right. And the state said, but we are playing each of these phone calls in their entirety. We are being complete. But the defense didn't think that was the case, saying there's this earlier call at 3:12 a.m. and that's what would make this whole situation complete, is if you play that first. So it seemed like semantics, honestly, but I mean, it's the law. So,
but I think it's important semantics, and I'll be really curious to get Katie Jackson Lindsay's take on this here in a moment. But the state said we are playing the calls in their entirety, and that is what's required. And the defense basically said, well, you're playing each call in its entirety, but still the bigger picture by not playing this third call that came just a few hours before.
Exactly, Andrew.
You're still not giving that completeness. Ultimately,
and I'm thinking that the first phone call would have given us insight into his mental state at the time he's admitting all of this to his family. And I don't understand why you wouldn't just let him play it.
Judge ruled for the prosecutor said that they cannot introduce the third call.
No doubt.
And she did say that the defense can introduce that call at a later time, but that's going to bring up a lot of legal issues then for the defense.
Yeah, they were concerned that, okay, if we're the ones to call that 3:12 a.m. phone call, does that open the door then for Richard Allen to have to testify? And they brought that up.
Yes. I think this would be a really good time to send it back to the studio and hear
Ask
Katie
Katie.
weigh in on that,
Yeah.
because we were sitting there and this was this took a while to sort out in court. And I do believe that just, it is giving this greater picture to the jury. Is that something that is required to do? So Scott, we're going to send it back to you and we're going to listen in.
All right, very good, Bob and Emily. We'll get back to you. Let's bring in Katie Jackson-Lindsay, our legal analyst. So what do you think of this legal issue that happened in court where the state basically wanted to play 2 of the 3 phone calls? The defense wanted this other one that Richard Allen made, saying that he was losing his mind, that he was innocent. What do you make of that?
It's a legitimate legal issue, and Bob and Emily do have a good grasp on it. The completeness doctrine essentially says if a party, so in this case, if the state introduces any part of a document, of a writing, of a recording, or a conversation, then the defense can then introduce any other part of that particular recording and any other recording that would make it complete for fairness. And so it seems that the defense raised that issue and that they triggered that second part, that any other recording that would make it a complete conversation. And the judge disagreed with them because the state had achieved that first part of it where they're playing the entire recording, but she didn't then go to that second part of the analysis, which was whether or not it was appropriate to play any other recording.
All right, so you have been a deputy prosecutor, you've
Yes.
been a criminal defense attorney. If this were your case, would you, as the defense attorney for Richard Allen, would you introduce this third call?
100%. And that's why we heard Rosie ask the question of the judge. He said, well, then are you saying that we can then play this call, in our case in chief, without calling Richard Allen to testify? And essentially what he's doing is saying, Judge, are you saying that I can play it later without it being hearsay? Because a defendant cannot introduce his own statements into evidence without taking the stand and making those statements himself, because that's self-serving hearsay.
All right, let's talk about the confessions that we heard, that the jury heard today during this day in Delphi. They hear these audio recordings made by Richard Allen when he's in prison, calling both his wife and his mom. What do you make of the impact that this is having on the jury?
I think it would have a significant impact on the jury in favor of the state. Again, just like all of these other confessions.
And that's unfortunate because the importance of that third phone call could tell us his mental state, which definitely needs to be taken into consideration when he's making confessions over the phone. Anders says they should consult the Delphi Oracle and ask her what she thinks. And I'm with you on that. Let's go consult the Oracle.
Confessions. It's really hard to convince a jury that your client did not do it if your client is saying that he did. But I also think we have to balance that against what we've heard about his
I think so
state,
too, Pinto.
what we've heard about the conditions that he was living in. And then when you really, really pick apart those statements, sometimes he says, I think I did it. Sometimes he says, well, I did it, as if someone convinced him. And so without the cameras in the courtroom, obviously it's very hard to put it in context based on the inflection in his voice. But it's challenging evidence. It's great evidence for the state. And it was very strategically appropriate to end with that evidence for their case in chief.
All right, you heard Bob and Emily talk about this Indiana State Trooper who listened to more than 700 Richard Allen phone calls from prison. And he's asked during his testifying today, do you recognize that voice?
Mm-hmm.
Who is that? And he said, that's Richard Allen. What do you make of the impact on the jury hearing that?
Again, very impactful because he's...
But you're not saying, I think it's Richard Allen. It sounds like Richard Allen. Definitively, without a doubt, you're saying it's Richard Allen. And I don't think that anybody's there yet.
heard Richard Allen's voice 700 times, right? And so without question, that is a gain for the state. But I expect in closing argument, we'll hear the defense argue of all the witnesses that they heard from, they had this person who only listened to Richard Allen on an audio recording 700 times testify as to his voice. All of those correction officers who talked about how many times Richard Allen confessed to them when they were his suicide watchers, none of them testified to his voice. The psychologists that met with him every day didn't testify to his voice. The interviewers, or the investigators, I'm sorry, who interviewed and interrogated him, they didn't testify to his voice against that video from the bridge. And so I think it was strategically curious that they would pick the one person who never heard from him in person, who only listened to him on audio, and compare that voice to an audio recording that's been manipulated in such a way to make it more clear, which would presumably modify his voice on that video. It's just very strategically interesting to me that that's who they would choose to identify his voice.
Last question.
Exactly. And Pinto says something shady and slimy is going on in Delphi, and I couldn't agree more. Zio says there seems to be reasonable doubt. I agree, Pinto. There does. And I hope that they dismiss the case on reasonable doubt or find him not guilty because of the reasonable doubt, because there's a lot.
Before we get out to Bob and Emily, as a deputy prosecutor, would you have brought each of these witnesses in and asked them before the trial, do you recognize the voice of Richard Allen compared to Bridge Guy? Would you have done that in the pretrial?
100%.
Yeah.
One of the things that you learn in your first semester of law school is that you do not ask a question that you do not know the answer to at trial. And you certainly don't ask a question that you know is going to elicit a negative response that's not consistent with your case. So I suspect that either those witnesses said, no, it didn't sound like the same voice to me, or those witnesses weren't able to draw a conclusion.
All right, we're going to get back to Katie in a little bit. Bob and Emily, another key part of the testimony today involved this man who owns property that is near where the girls' bodies were found back in 2017.
Now, keep in mind,
it's hard to feel like.
Keep in mind that this man who owns properties near where the body was found
Brad Weber
would be comfortable enough in the area to do what was done and place the bodies there because he owns the property near where it's found. So he knows who's going to be there, when they're not going to be there. And that's going to be the person comfortable enough to do something like that, in my opinion, just allegedly speculating.
And he testified yesterday. He was that gentleman that we talked about that kind of had that outburst on the stand right at the end of the day when Andrew Baldwin, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin, was questioning him about driving home from the Subaru plant. Yep. And Andrew Baldwin saying, but you didn't drive right home. Like you told police back in 2017 that first you went to work on some ATM machines. And boy, Brad Weber did not like that. I mean, he said, no, and loudly. Yeah. So, and that caused quite a stir.
And the way to kind of set this up, and the way they got into this testimony today is the prosecutor asked Brian Harshman. He said, "Was there anything that really stood out to you about any of the confessions that you heard?" And he said, "Yeah, one of the things that really stood out to me was actually a confession that that Richard Allen had made during a conversation with Dr. Walla.
Dr. Walla. And that was in May 2023 when he talks to Dr. Walla and he is saying that he had just planned to rape the girls, but then he saw this van, he got scared, he took them across the creek, and that's where he killed them. And then we find out from Trooper Harshman today that he's going through these reports and reading things a couple months ago, and he reads this Dr. Walla report where this van is mentioned.
And where Richard Allen had said when he described to his prison psychologist that as part of what he described there that happened on the day of the crime, that he was planning to rape Abby and Libby, but he didn't do it because he was scared away
by a van.
And that was the point that Brian Harshman then did some research and ran with that.
And talked to Brad Weber and realized that, okay, this guy named Brad Weber who lives right there at the end of that private drive, he drives a van. He goes back through, Harshman says, and he looks at all the tip sheets, and he doesn't see any mentions of van in this investigation. So he concludes, look, this detail about this van, this is not public knowledge. This is not anywhere. This is what ties Richard Allen specifically to this. This is how we know that confession he gave to Dr. Walla, he's remembering this detail about a van, and here we have this van right in that area, and we have a timeline,
Yes.
and then he puts it together a timeline, and we're gonna talk
Let's
about
talk
that.
about the
Yeah, let's talk
timeline.
about that.
Yep.
And Brad Weber testified to this yesterday, that he works at the Subaru plant about 20 to 25 minutes away, and he clocks out at 2:02, and we saw evidence of that yesterday. We saw his clock out log from the Subaru plant, 2:02 p.m. Then we know that Libby German, she starts recording video of Bridge Guy at 2:13. There's a timestamp on that video. Then we know that Libby's phone stops moving at 2:32 p.m. and we know that via app on the phone. And of course, Brad Weber testifying yesterday that it takes 20 to 25 minutes to get home. So according to that timeline from when he clocks out at 2:02, and if it takes 20 to 25 minutes to get home, he would be returning home along that private drive in that area from 2:27 to 2:30, right at the time that this, according to the state's timeline, when all of this is going down. And Brad Rosie challenged that today. He said, so you have.
That is damning that he admitted to seeing a van, so that's why he stopped. But I would question if he saw a van there that day in that area or something, and it was really the van who did it, or if he worked with the guy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. That's not good that he testified that he didn't assault them because of the van, but I question, was the van there and he saw the van there or something?
Have to put him at the scene from 2.
Or did he see it because he testified about walking out there before and had walked that trail and counted steps before. So did he see the van there every day coming back across this private drive every day that he was there in the past? You know what I mean? So he would have known that the van, in his mind, he would have remembered seeing the van and was like, oh, well, the van was what stopped me when he wasn't in his right mind frame. I don't know. That's damning evidence for the defense.
2:02 to 2:32 for your theory to work. That he's speaking of Brad Weber, and Harshman says yes.
He said, "Yep,
yeah,
that's pretty much exactly."
And then this one, he said, "Did you consider Brad Weber could be involved in the crime if you put his van there at that time?" And Harshman says no.
And that was an interesting moment today because, again,
yeah, why wouldn't you go down that road in that theory of maybe the neighbor did it? Because he put himself at the scene of the crime when it was supposedly happening. You didn't see shit?
As this trial has gone on, and as we've heard testimony from a few of the state police investigators, today Harshman saying, no, it never occurred to me that the fact that Brad Weber said that he drove his van along this road that is parallel right by the crime scene. It I never even considered the fact that maybe, even though early on he was considered a possible suspect, who then they
tested his gun.
They tested his gun. It came back inconclusive.
Right.
But he said it never occurred to me that that Brad Weber possibly could be involved in this. Earlier, we heard from Jerry Holman, state police investigator. We saw the interview with him and with Richard Allen. At the end, he's just screaming at Richard Allen right before he arrested him, cussing and screaming and, calling him a killer and things like that. And in their minds, it seems like they were very much convinced that Richard Allen was their guy. And today with the testimony, was it almost to the point where they had rolled out the idea that it could be anyone else?
Yeah. I mean, in that video that we saw of Holman, he said,
they're so dead set on Richard Allen that they're not even taking the guy who owns property and knows how private, where a private location would be, and would be driving past the scene of the crime right as it was happening. They're not even taking him into consideration and following up that lead. again, reasonable doubt.
You did it, and I'm going to prove it.
Yeah.
I'm going to prove it.
Yeah.
So, but you know what I thought was interesting about this timeline? I mean, look, we're at this trial now here in October, but if you remember, that trial initially was scheduled to happen in May.
Right,
We were going to have it in May, and then even before that, I believe last January there was one other time. So
Yes.
if you're looking at Harshman today, and he's saying, "Yeah, I just looked at this Dr. Monica Walla report, and they got this van detail. I just looked at it 2 months ago and kind of made this connection." That's interesting. So I was saying to myself,
Yeah.
well, wow, what if the trial had happened in May or even before that? Would we have this? We would have this. Would we have this
Right.
van detail, this connector that they seem to be, connecting the dots with?
Not to mention the point that when they arrested Richard Allen, keep in mind the state didn't have any of these confessions
Right.
at that point.
Right.
So obviously they have what they feel is a lot of very powerful evidence,
Right.
and helping them to put together this timeline to show, including the confessions, that Richard Allen was involved. Let's move on.
Should we look at the map that kind of
sure,
goes with
sure, you
this? I
can-
mean, we had
yeah.
talked about that. I mean, if you remember, we brought up this map last night. That yellow mark, that's ground zero, where the girls' bodies were found across from Deer Creek. And again, that red circle, that's where Brad Weber lives. And then you see over to the left, we've got the Monon High Bridge there. We're gonna talk a little bit later about one of the defense witnesses today, witness number 2, who also lives in and around that area where that red circle is, right
Yep.
near Brad Weber's private drive, where that begins.
But on that graphic where you see kind of the white line that comes away from that red circle, that's an access drive.
625 West.
That
10 North.
That the testimony would be that when Brad Weber returned from work, he would have driven along that little access drive.
Yeah, I mean, although I wanted to say, sorry,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt this,
No.
but when you said he would have driven along this access drive, maybe not, because today's witness testified that you can get to the Weber property from another
From a different
entrance,
location,
from a different
right.
location through a cornfield. So they seem to be hitting on that quite a bit,
Okay.
and they asked her about that. So sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt,
that's
but
okay.
it
But
made
at
me
least
think.
what state police are saying is he would have driven along
Right.
that route, and that would have been the van that Richard Allen may have been alluding to that
Right.
scared him off from his original plans of what he planned to do at the crime scene.
True that.
Let's move along.
Okay.
There was more testimony today involving before the state wrapped up its case about some Google searches that they had wanted to enter as testimony.
Yeah, so I think this came up over the weekend that they wanted to enter in these Google searches, and the judge ruled today that they could. And it's associated with an email, fujaka0@gmail.com. And looking from the exhibits today, that is a email address for Richard Allen. Now, the defense has said, and they said this on Saturday, that they're prepared to have Kathy Allen testify about some of the information that came back from these Google searches in this subpoena to Google, about what were these Google searches associated with this email account that belongs to Richard Allen. So we took a look just pretty quickly at some of the Google searches. That
Right.
were going
If not him, then who did it? And I'm leaning towards this neighbor guy. He's sus.
on.
In my
We
opinion.
know that this email address, someone from this email address anyway, searched 11 times Delphi murder news from January 2022 to April 2022. Also another article, Delphi, the epitome of evil. But 3 times someone searched, this was in April 17th of 2022, 3 times in that day, should I die now? Also searches about the Delphi murder updates 8 times. Several searches, this was interesting, for most disturbing and most horrifying and most insidious things I could watch. There was a search. Then another search for best kidnap and hostage video. And several other things, Delphi football and just Delphi news in general. But these are the ones that stuck out the most to several reporters as we were looking at the exhibits at the end.
Well, that is not good. That's concerning if that's was searched on his phone. I don't know why you'd be, but it didn't say corn or anything, so the most hideous videos is what I'm referencing. All the other stuff seems normal to me.
end of the day. So we know these are entered in now, but we know that the defense is prepared to have Kathy Allen testify about these searches. So,
and some of the things, the general things about, Delphi murders and updates and things. I mean, we heard earlier, a witness testified that this event she's in her words, she said, has turned the town and everyone in it upside down.
Right.
So it wouldn't be unusual
Not
for
a
people
stretch.
to search those things. But some of the
Right.
other things about
Right.
kidnap and things like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I mean, and the state wants them in, so they think that they're significant.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but it sounds like the defense is prepared to knock them down. Kathy Allen.
Let's talk about the surprise video today that we heard about in court. The state wanted very much to enter a video that most people didn't even know existed until today. And according to the defense, a video that they had not had.
Not if nobody was on the bridge at that moment in time, Jen.
Had a chance to review that certainly was not entered as part of the discovery process.
Right.
And so the defense pushed back super hard. They did not want that video to be introduced today.
Right. And in fact, they said, look, we need to look at this before we would, we're going to push back on this. We don't want this video entered, but we would like the chance to review it. So the jury left the courtroom, and then the defense went out and took a break to view it, and then came back. And then even Judge Gall herself said, you know what, wait a minute, before I can make a ruling on this, I need to see this video. I need to watch it. And she went into chambers for about 45 minutes to look at this video. But before the jury left, we kind of got a peek, at least through Brian Harshman, about what his claim that this video shows. He said, and the jury was right there to hear it, that this video was going to show Allen screaming loudly, swearing, extremely irate, banging on his cell door, telling the guards that he wanted to kill them. So, and this is video of him in Cass County Jail, where he has been, several months awaiting this trial.
Yeah.
So, and so the state wanted the jury to.
But they're torturing the crap out of him. So eventually, any man's going to lose his mind for a moment in time.
See that the defense pushed back and objected, and Judge Gall ended up agreeing with the defense and saying that we're not going to enter that in. The jury is not going to get a chance to see that video.
Yeah, and just to kind of set that up, the question that led into that video was a question from Nick McClellan, the prosecutor, to Brian Harshman, saying, "Have you ever seen Richard Allen act violently?" And he said, "Yeah, I have. In fact, we have this video from just a short while ago that, and he described those things about being violent and banging and threatening the guards on there." And that's when the defense was like, "Whoa, wait a second.
What is this?
We haven't seen that
this
at all."
Right.
And again, to Emily's point, this took about an hour and a half of this afternoon's court testimony. The jury was kept out of the courtroom for long periods of time. They were sent away. And there were all these sidebar discussions between the attorneys. And it was one of the few times we've seen all the attorneys take part in the sidebar. Usually it's one or two attorneys from each side. This was all the attorneys, with the exception of Andrew Baldwin, took part in this. And then I thought it was really interesting that the judge decided that she wanted to do an in-camera review in her chambers. She wanted to see the video herself to determine whether or not it was appropriate for the jury to see it. And even though,
again, I would say, even if he was being violent, taking into consideration the torture and mess he was going through there, I wouldn't admit it either.
The jury did not ultimately get to see it.
They got a preview,
because because Brian Harshman had already told the jury what was in this video. So they didn't get to see it, which presumably would have been possibly way more damaging for the defense. But at the same time, they at least got to hear what was on the video. And I'm curious, again, if we send it back now to Scott and Katie, it took a whole lot of time today, and it did seem to really take the defense by surprise that something as recent as just in the last few weeks would be introduced as evidence, Scott.
Right.
All right, Bob and Emily, let's go ahead and ask Katie about that. So the idea that this video is talked about by a state witness, but it's not ultimately shown, the judge won't allow it. What do you think the impact of that is?
I think it could have a significant impact. The good thing is I think that the defense was able to stop that testimony before it was put into context. And so the jury, I'm assuming, based on what we've heard, again, we're not there, so we don't know exactly, but based on what we've heard, I'm assuming that the jury didn't know whether it was at the Cass County Jail or whether it was from his time in Westville when he was going through these episodes where his behavior was erratic. I at least hope that's the case, because if it was clear that it happened while he was at the Cass County Jail, that would be really unfair to the defense now that it has been ruled the video won't come in.
Okay, let's ask you about the Google searches. These Google searches that were done by an email address owned by Richard Allen, and there's this idea that we might at some point call and hear from Richard Allen's wife to ask.
That is curious to me, the Google searches.
About these questions, looking at these variety of Delphi coverage and some other things. What did you make of the Google search?
Well, as it relates to the coverage, I don't think that is a win for the state at all. I can't imagine.
I don't think that that's pertinent. Like, I don't really care about that. What I care about is the graphic, heinous video stuff he's searching and
that
kidnapping.
There's any Google account in Delphi that has not searched information.
Like they could say that, I would like to know if it was like a corn search, because he could have some type of fetish. But again, going back to what happened to the girls, if he did have some kind of fetish, that still looks bad too. So either way, it's kind of bad.
About the Delphi murder cases a number of times anywhere in the state of Indiana, right? At least for people who have been following it, and especially for the people who are local to that area. The other Google searches could be very damaging. I mean, because based on what we've heard happened to these poor girls, this had to be a really sick and twisted person who would do such a thing. And so to think that he was potentially Googling things like the most disturbing thing that I could watch, or Googling information about kidnapping someone, I think that could be especially troubling for the defense.
All right, let's talk about this witness, Brad Weber, who was the man that Bob and Emily discussed, lived close to the scene where the bodies of the girls were discovered. And this idea that Richard Allen said that he was scared away by a van, and the fact that this wasn't initially a part of the discovery and the investigation. What do you think of this idea that this was introduced?
Me
scared
too,
away by the
Pinto.
van, that this was Richard Allen mentioning this, and that this Brad Weber has a van in that area?
That was a particularly powerful piece of evidence for the state. That was one of those pieces of evidence that definitely tipped the scales towards the state, because up until this point, we have been saying, as it relates to these confessions, this is information he could have known. This is information that he could have gleaned from his discovery and the evidence that he had. But what we now know is that he wouldn't have had any information about that in his discovery, because that information was not confirmed and corroborated until just 2 months before this trial started. So when he was making those confessions, he wouldn't have known that information about a van. And so yesterday we wondered why Rosie made such an issue of being out servicing those ATM machines. Well, now we know why. The defense needs to make it where that's not actually true, where Weber's van wasn't actually driving by in that moment, where Richard Allen would have known only evidence that the killer would know.
All right, we're going to get back to Katie in a little bit. Bob and Emily, let's bring you back in. So with the
I
prosecution resting
understand
its
now.
case of the day, the defense now has
So he's having a fit saying that I was not out servicing ATMs because he knows that his van has to drive by in order for them to place Richard Allen at the scene of the crime. And his, that not to place him there, excuse me, for that confession that he said to be legitimate about the van. Yes, overprotected. We were asking about you earlier. I'm glad to see you today. Thank you for being here. We won't be here for much longer, but we are for a few more minutes.
begun presenting theirs. Tell us a little bit about that.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported his.
I don't know why the commercials are so loud. Hold on just a minute. It won't let me skip it. You know, somebody got mad at me about an ad they couldn't skip in one of my videos. And I'm like, I have no control over that. Sorry that happened to you. I don't know what else to say about that. I don't, it's a YouTube thing, dear.
Yeah, two women. Their first two witnesses of the day. The first, a lady named Cheyenne Mill. She says that she testified for the jury that she went to the bridge that day with a friend, and they started on the trail at about 2:50. And she says she knows that because at 3:12.
Bellis, I think so. From what I gather, it goes right past the scene of the crime.
She got a call from her boyfriend just as they were getting on the bridge. And she says before they got on the bridge, they passed an overweight man who she says she and her friend said hello to. They said hi. And she said that he did not reply. He just walked on past. And then they get on the bridge and she ends up seeing two people she knows from high school that's on the first platform. They walk across the bridge. And she says they took their time because she said that
if my stream ever cuts out, please let me know.
Bridge is very dangerous. She reiterated that a couple times. And then she said they got off the bridge and kind of went to the bathroom in the woods a little bit there, just right off the bridge. And then they got back on the bridge and came back over, and they were taking some pictures on Snapchat on the way the first photo at
okay, Eders, I'll see you later or tomorrow. Have a good nice meal.
3:49, the last photo at 3:55 as they are sitting on the platform dangling their feet. Then they smoke a couple of cigarettes, and they said as they're
really
leaving,
Pinto,
they see people,
I didn't know that.
At the Mears entrance, a man and a woman talking, and they're distraught. And so we can imagine that potentially is the families of one of the girls. But they called police the next day when everything happened and the girls' bodies were discovered. And Cheyenne actually, she talked about the FBI calling her 6 months later. She also talked to police and she gave them her timeline. Here are our photos. Here's what we took. And she testified they didn't see anything on the bridge that day, anything unusual. They didn't hear anything unusual. But she also reached out to police at one point because she said, she had posted these Snapchat photos that they took that day. And then she said kind of these keyboard warriors started to say, well, she had seen Richard Allen that day on the trail. And she said she got doxxed. She told this whole story about how she was getting harassed from people online. And she called the police to kind of let them know, hey, this is happening to me. And here's my timeline. And here, I didn't see Richard Allen. I told you everything I saw. Here's the pictures. You've got my timeline. I didn't hear or see anything. So she kind of talked about just going through that, trying to do the right thing and trying to let police know, here's my timeline, here's the pictures I took, and then kind of in the end being harassed on the internet. So, which we know has happened in this case, we know happens. But second witness was a lady named Teresa Liebert. She testified she lives on the last house on the left on 625 West before you get to Brad Weber's private drive. So she's right down in that area too. Yep. And she says on February 13th, she and her husband were coming back from town at 8:30 a.m. and they see someone standing at the mailboxes that are down there for some of the houses in that area. And she said it seemed strange because nobody ever stands near those mailboxes that isn't someone that has a house down in that area. And we didn't recognize this guy. And she said they pulled into their lane, and the next thing they knew, he was gone. And she said to her husband, where'd this guy go? But they didn't really think too much of it until the next day when the girls' bodies were discovered. And then police wanted to hear from people about anything strange that they had seen. So they called police and they told them, but on the cross-examination,
the state was not impressed.
They were not impressed
all with this testimony.
Yeah. They said, did you see his face? And she said, no, I was taught it's rude to stare too long. So I didn't get such a good look at his face. And they said, have you ever seen this guy again? And she said, no. So,
and no more questions. That was a very quick cross-examination.
Okay, I'm sorry if it's rude, but if you look sus to me, I'm gonna stare you up and down. I might even take some notes.
They made it clear to the jury that they didn't think that was helpful testimony really at all.
And she was hard to hear. She was very low, and so you could see Andrew Baldwin trying to, I don't want to say coach, but kind of standing in different places around the courtroom to get her to project. And you could see the jury kind of shifting in their seats a little bit, straining to hear her. Everyone kind of was.
So, Scott, we have the state, as we know, is arrested after 40 witnesses that took 12 days of testimony. The the defense, they now have their turn. We've had 2 witnesses. This defense has given a witness list that contains more than 120 witnesses. I don't think we're going to hear from the vast majority of those, especially if Judge Gall does not allow them to introduce this alternative perpetrator theory that they want to introduce, and we haven't yet heard anything on that. Right?
Well, just as we haven't, just as court was wrapping up today, after the jury left, Attorney Baldwin asked Judge Gall. He said, "Look, we know you're busy and you've got a lot of stuff on your plate, but are you going to make a ruling on any of those motions soon that we can introduce, like third-party suspects?" And she said, I just got the second motion.
Okay, I'm waiting to see if she's going to rule on those motions. Abellis, I can work on trying to pull some information for that today. Yeah, we can definitely do that.
That you filed yesterday. I'm still looking at it. I'm still reading through it. And he said, "Okay, Judge, because we're trying to plan out who we're calling next, and we've got some folks under subpoena that we've got to get in here, and we're trying to figure this thing out. So basically, the sooner we know, the better."
Yep. We do have a media pass to be in the front row for day 13 coming up tomorrow as we wrap up here what's technically the third week of this trial. Some, again, more fascinating testimony, powerful testimony today as things now switch over to the defense, and we'll see what they have in store for the jury to try and counter that powerful testimony that they heard today. Right. So we will have more for you tomorrow night. For now, we are going to send it back to you in the studio, Scott.
All right. Bob Siegel, Emily Longnecker continuing their outstanding comprehensive coverage from inside the court. No camera.
Okay, so that's going to be, we're caught up to today with the Delphi trial. So when we come back tomorrow, we will be hearing about what happened today. I'm going to share what I've got pulled up as top stories on the news so we can look at that real quick. And then that's going to be it for me today because I don't feel that great and I need to do school with the kids. So I won't be able to see your comments, but we'll look through. There was a shooting in Orlando. Chief says at least 8 were shot. Authorities are aware of 8 victims, including 2 deaths, after a suspect opened fire in Orlando, Florida, early Friday morning. Orlando Police Chief Eric Smith said during a press briefing, 6 victims transported for treatment were stable, he noted. Smith said a 17-year-old suspect has been taken into custody. He named the suspect as Jalen Dwayne Edgar. He noted that the suspect was arrested in 2023 for grand theft, and he said the victims ranged in age from 19 to 39. At approximately 1:07 a.m., officers reported shots fired at Central Boulevard on Orange Avenue. Within minutes, a second report of shots fired was called in south of Washington Street on Orange Avenue, Smith said. I'm waiting for this video to play to see if we can see it, if it'll load. I don't know where that's coming from. Okay. We'll scroll down. Okay. The following video contains graphic material. What did I do? Okay. Let me make sure y'all can see it. I guess it's going to show us okay, trigger warning, everybody. Maybe. I've got the volume up. So it's going to show us, we're looking at the people in the circle. Oh, there he went. And there's the people running. I'm wondering if he was trying to get somebody specific, because it looked like he passed by somebody and saw them and then started opening fire on that one person. So if we look at it again,
gunshot victim, gunshot victim, gunshot victim. Get on the ground, get on the ground right now. Get on the ground. Get on the ground right now. I saw him too. I saw him throw that. He's got it. He's got it. Search him again. Stop moving. Yes, yes. We got it. Zach got it. Get him in the goal. Get him in the goal. Get him in the goal.
Wow. Let me I just want to play the first part of that again to see. Okay, so we're looking at this person here in yellow. If it'll load again. Sometimes my computer likes to be iffy. Oh, hold on. We've got a commercial. Let's see. Okay, I skipped the ad. I don't think there's any volume on the first part. So we're going to watch the person in the yellow shirt that's in the red circle right here where my mouse is. Him right there in the yellow shirt. That's who we're watching. See, it looks like he sees somebody and then starts opening fire. Let me see what y'all are saying. Hold on, let me close this back down and see what y'all are saying. Florida is always hopping. Yeah, that was crazy. So the suspect, that person they arrested, his name is Jalen Dwayne Edgar was the one we just saw opening fire into the crowd. At approximately 1:07 a.m., officers reported shots fired at Central Boulevard Avenue. Within minutes, a second report of shots fired was called in south of Washington Street and Orange Avenue. The police chief noted that officers did not fire any shots during the incident. He showed the video footage of crowds fleeing after the shootings, as well as footage of an officer taking the suspect to the ground. In other news, a Florida lieutenant was fatally shot by an estranged husband who attempted to make the crime look like a suicide. Back to this. He showed body cam footage of the officer taking down the suspect. The deceased victims include a 25-year-old male, a 19-year-old male, and a 19-year-old male. Other victims included an 18-year-old male shot in his lower left leg, a 39-year-old female shot in her left hand, a 24-year-old female shot in her left leg, a 20-year-old male grazed in the head, a 26-year-old male shot in the right foot, and a 19-year-old female shot in her upper back with lodging in her cheek. Good gosh. And that's where they take him into custody. All right. So that's that. That happened in Orlando. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Yeah, it was an Orlando Halloween shooting. They got hate crime charge filed after Jewish man shot while walking in Chicago. We'll read that one, and then we'll read a woman felt caged by some kind of trafficking thing. So a hate crime charge was filed after a Jewish man was shot while walking into a Chicago synagogue. I hate when they do all these pop-up ads. This was at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll watch this real quick. Maybe.
Community members are calling for hate crime charges after a shooting in Chicago's Westridge neighborhood.
Joni is live this morning with the latest.
Good morning. It's troubling that an Orthodox Jewish man was shot while walking to a synagogue on a Jewish holiday. Police got into a shootout with an offender. That man now faces a detention hearing today on multiple attempted murder charges. Chicago police say that 22-year-old Sidi Mohammed Abdullahi shot a 39-year-old man in the 2600 block of West Farwell in Westridge on Saturday. When police responded, the suspect allegedly fired at them and paramedics. They shot him multiple times. He's at St. Francis Hospital in critical condition. A doorbell camera captured sounds of the gunfire and a man's voice. A witness says the gunman said something offensive. The victim was wearing a kippah, a head covering, and walking to a synagogue. Police say they don't have the evidence yet, but Jewish leaders say the circumstances point to a hate crime.
Acts of violence against anyone, especially those that appear to target religious identity, are deeply unsettling and must be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I want to be clear, no one in our community should feel unsafe because of their faith or background.
Right now, the suspect faces multiple attempted murder charges related to the victim, also police, fire, and the paramedics. The victim is out of the hospital. None of the first responders was hurt, and COPA is investigating the use of force here. Also, Jewish leaders are going to gather, including the Anti-Defamation League. They will address this shooting.
Wow.
Reporting live in West Ridge, I'm Joni Lum. Back to you.
So it says Chicago's authorities filed hate crime and terrorist charges against a suspect accused of shooting a Jewish man while walking into the synagogue and then firing on police and medical emergency responders. The announcement comes after the shooting drew fierce condemnation from the city's Jewish community leaders, called for hate crime charges against the suspect, saying the victim had been targeted because of his faith. Police say Sadid Mohammed al-Budali, 22, shot a 39-year-old man who was wearing a kippah head covering and walking into a synagogue Saturday morning in the West Rogers Park neighborhood north of the city's downtown area. As officers and paramedics arrived on the scene, the gunman fired multiple shots towards them and struck an ambulance before officers returned fire and struck al-Budali. Al-Budali remains in the hospital and has been unable to speak with law enforcement as of Thursday, said Larry Snelling, superintendent of the Chicago Police Department. The victim's injuries were non-life-threatening, and he's been released from the local hospital. Police earlier in the week announced initial charges for al-Budali, including 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of aggravated discharge of a firearm towards a police officer or firefighter, and 1 count of aggravated battery with a discharge of a firearm. Officials at the time did not rule out the possibility of a hate crime, but they said they were working to identify the motive. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, hold on. Where did I get that? Well, I guess that was it. Let me see if I can hold on. Oh, I remember what I did. Now it's changed. Well, now I can't find that other one. So I reckon that's going to be it. Nope. What is this? Serial killer who referred to himself as the Beast, accused of killing 6, including his own mom. Since being released from prison in 2008 for a 2008 manslaughter, Keith Gibson has been convicted of killing 2 in Delaware and is suspected of killing 4 in Philadelphia. After Keith Gibson was released from a Delaware prison in 2020, police believe he went on a vicious crime spree across 2 states, allegedly killing 6 people, including his own mother. The serial killer had a lengthy criminal past before the 2021 spree that spanned 6 months including convictions for manslaughter and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. In a statement after Gibson's July 2021 indictment for Delaware for 41 felony charges for multiple murders, assaults, and robberies, which didn't include the multiple red rums he suspected of committing in Pennsylvania earlier that year, Delaware Attorney General Kathy Jennings called his most recent string of crimes one of the most vicious, staggering crime sprees I've seen in my career. Jennings added in a press release, it's even more disturbing to think, based on what investigators have released in Philadelphia, that this may just be the tip of the iceberg. And there's a new Oxygen true crime show called Philly Homicide that's going to spotlight harrowing murders that took place in the city and learn more about Philadelphia-born Gibson's alleged crimes there and in Delaware. And that's what he looks like. Wow. So who is Keith Gibson? Gibson reportedly called himself the Beast, already had a slew of convictions for charges including weapons, forgery, assault, and drug dealing before he was found guilty in 2010 of manslaughter and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. The manslaughter and firearm possession convictions stem from the July 6, 2008 fatal shooting of Stanley Savon Jones in Wilmington, Delaware. After receiving a 13-year sentence, Gibson was released from prison in June of 2020 and required to serve 6 months at a community correction center. NBC Philadelphia reported. While at the center, Gibson fought with other offenders and was sentenced to 6 more months in prison plus 18 in probation after being released. He was then released from prison December 20th of 2020, according to the Delaware Attorney General's office. Gibson was prohibited from leaving Delaware and from carrying a gun as part of his probation. But he left Delaware, imagine that, in February of 2021, according to NBC Philadelphia, and was detained in Philly for violating his probation. Gibson was sent back to Delaware in March of 2021 and sentenced in April to 31 days, which was accounted for with the time he'd already served. He was released again on April 27th, 2021. Let me see what y'all are saying. Oh, hey, Trixie. I figured you were here and just working on stuff. I'm going to read the last part of this, and that's going to be it for me today. Who were his victims? On February 8th, Christine Gibson, 54, was found shot to death at her office in Philly, where she worked as a mental health counselor. Philly police determined within a day that her son, Keith Gibson, was the main suspect in her red room, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer. Early reports suggest Mr. Gibson's mother informed numerous friends and family that if something were to happen to her, her son would be the one responsible. Wow. Gibson's probation officer wrote in court documents, the Inquirer reported. Christine Gibson's body was discovered by her colleague and friend. Wow. We were suspicious, but we had no proof, they told CBS News. Police believe Gibson's mother was not his first alleged victim. After being released from Delaware prison in December 2020, Eric Flores, 50, and Roy Coben, 42, were found shot in the head and killed in January of 2021 in the North Philly store they owned, Al Mandy Traders. Police later tied ballistics found at the crime scene to Gibson's pew-pew. He was an amazing person, Coben's widow, Darlene Roman, told NBC Philadelphia. Gibson was arrested for being out of state parole violation and was returned to Delaware from Philadelphia in March of 2021. Although the Delaware Department of Corrections recommended that Gibson be sentenced to 6.5 years in prison for the violation, the judge instead sentenced him to 31 days, time served, and he was released in April. A spokesperson for the department said that during the sentencing, Gibson's public defender had shared that Gibson's had prospects for stable housing, a job, and community supports upon release. Gibson requested a transfer to Pennsylvania and checked in with state police officers in Pennsylvania on May 12th. On June 5th, Gibson allegedly pushed Christine Lugo, a 40-year-old mother, into a Philadelphia Dunkin' store where she was a manager as she was opening the store. Police said surveillance video showed him robbing Lugo and the store of $300 before he allegedly shot and killed her and ran. Over $300. Y'all. Wow. We need to look more into him, Keith Gibson. Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me that you hope I feel better. I appreciate it. I'm just going to lay down and relax for a little bit. I want to thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this morning. It's been a long one. We're at 4 hours and 16 minutes. But we got through everything. We got caught up on Delphi. We looked into the news for today. And so I don't know what I'll be back with tomorrow, but we'll be back with something. I'm sure we'll talk about Delphi, among other things. And I'll work on that, finding out about Sarah Boone Abellis. That is something I can do. I hope y'all all have the best day you've ever had in your whole entire lives. And of course, I will be back in the morning. And I'll see you then. Have a good day. Bye.